Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome along to the Christchurch show here today. And the wool handling day here in the Shearing Arena. Kerry and myself will be running you through the day, so welcome along, Kerry. Cooler day in Christchurch compared to yesterday, but things are going to heat up here during the day.
Yeah, that's right, Norman. It's going to be an exciting day. Wool handling and the teams event. Yeah, it's going to be a really good day here. So there's a lot of action lined up, and of course we're going to be starting off with the junior wool handling. Proudly sponsored by Yieldhurst Wool. So once again, we thank our sponsors very much. And without them, normally we wouldn't have a show, would we?
You're right. So huge thanks to our sponsors right across the grades. And of course Marble Point Station once again supplying the sheep here today, and Gilbert's as well. Some of these are Gilbert's up this morning, so a big thanks to our farmers and the trucking companies, of course. So junior wool handling heats, ladies and gentlemen, heat number 1 will be Trish Booth, Natalie Albert and Lamore Gillies. Heat number 2, Tia Manson and Skyanne Edmonds. So there are competitors in the Yieldhurst Wolves Junior here this morning. The first event up on the cards. So it looks like our wool handling judges are ready. We'll get our 3 competitors up in heat number 1 of the junior, please. So Trish Booth on table number 1, Natalie Albert in the middle table, and Lamore Gillies on table 3. You competitors can hop up, sort your baskets out, and we'll be underway. Like now. So just once again for our competitors, minute 30 sealed time. All competitors can disregard any smudges of shed stain on the fleece. They won't be judged. And the crowns and the necks all go together. So if you get that right, along with everything else, if your skirting's perfect, your throws are perfect, your time is fast, you could come out on top, Kerry.
Yeah, well, the facts are someone will. The question is, who is it going to be? Of course, New Zealand title up for grabs, Norman, the New Zealand Corridor champs, of course. And everyone wants to go home with a red ribbon. The facts are, there's only going to be one person that's going to do it.
That's right, that's what we're here to find. A winner in each of these grades, junior, senior and open. And of course today also features the teams event where the shearers and the wool handlers from representing each contractor in the region, they will compete for the teams event. A bit later in the day, but looks like we've got a couple of shearers up ready to rock and roll. And a big thanks to our resident shearers here today, because they've got a big day ahead of them, just working for the wool handlers, as the wool handlers will work for the shearers tomorrow. And a big thanks, of course, to our wool handling judges, our judges from all around the country, assembled here in Christchurch today. So all voluntary, of course, Kerry. They put a lot of time and effort into the shearing and wool handling season. These judges travel around and give their time freely in support of shearing competitions. So it's great to have them on board here again today. So final instructions for our shearers, and we'll be underway as soon as we get the nod from our referee. Okay, who's our boss down there as far as the Woolhandling judges goes? Can we get a nod? Janet, we all set to go? Okay, heat number one, it is of the junior here. First event up here, 2022 at the Christchurch Show. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. Okay, so sheet number one of two coming out here, Kerry, and a big thanks to all our volunteers involved, and a big welcome to anyone watching this at home as well as the spectators here. Of course, it's live streamed. A big thanks to our live streaming team up the back, and busy day for the next couple of days, beaming this across to the world. So welcome along wherever you are. Here at the Christchurch Show, of course, the Corridor, New Zealand Corridor title up for grabs here today, Kerry, like you said, and both the Woolhandling today and the Shearing tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right, Norman. It's great to see these competitors here today at Contractors. And as you said, the New Zealand title up for grabs. There's nothing like having that New Zealand title to put to your name. It's going to be an exciting day, Norm. There's a lot of shearing ahead of us. Of course, it's starting off with the junior woolhandling. It's fairly sponsored by Yulhurst Wool. So if we pay attention to the board, of course, the belly wool's been taken clear, and you'll see these baskets down below the stands. Each competitor has their basket set out to how they feel fit. Of course, every grade of wool goes into a separate basket. So the baskets under the stands will be what we sort of classify as second grade wool. So the second grade wool will be stuff that for example, will be the belly wool, so when the sheep sits down at night to sleep, of course they'll be sitting on the belly, and the brisket wool, that also comes out, and that will go into a separate basket as well. So there's a lot of work on these sheep, Norm, isn't there? They're sort of more finer the wool, so these are sort of mid-micron sort of sheep, but the finer the wool, the more requirements for the wool hammer, isn't there?
Yeah, well, there is got to be more accurate, Kerry, because it's worth so much more per kilo than crossbreed wool. So the idea that the wool handler's main aim is to increase the profit for the farmer. So preparing the wool correctly is going to help us bottom line, of course. And here we are, first fleece on the table this year here at the Canterbury Show. So Trish Booth, Natalie Albert and Lamore Gillies, about neck and neck as far as we go into the second sheep rather. The shearer's got the second sheep on the board. So Trish just skirting up the top end of the fleece. All the girls are on the table, but they'll have to get back to the board very shortly and work with the shearer once again, but they've got a wee bit of time where they can work through one side of the fleece anyway and up to the top end. 2 fleeces for our competitors to process. Lamore flicking the one side of the fleece across, so she's pretty much skirted that whole fleece, but she's back on the board now with the shearer. Crutch wool's coming out, separating it from the good main line of fleece wool. Now the shearers step into the top of the head, so the top knot's got to come off, and that'll be separated into its own basket. Of course, the top knot and the socks, Kerry, that's where you find most of the hemp fibre or modulated fibre. So it's got to be kept separate from the main line, or it decreases the value of the good wool. And that's what it's all about, keeping each line, different line off each fleece in the right basket.
Yeah, that's right, Norm. And We do that because the body wool is worth probably triple money to what Norman was just speaking about, the second grade wool where we talked about the top knot and whatnot. So it's really important. These wool handlers, they really do make the farmer all their money. The shearers of course do a great job too, but without the wool handlers, the farmer, if that wool isn't sorted and put into its lines, the farmer would only get a fraction of his paycheck. So really, the wool handlers, unsung heroes in the wool industry, to be fair, because without them, there'll be a lot less quality wool coming through. So we pay our attention back to the board. Of course, one thing to get a good throw onto the table, the fleece needs to be set up. The front shoulder needs to be popped out. And one thing to a key throw is the preparation. So we look back to the table and fleece is up. So there will be points taken off for wool that goes over the edge of the table. So you'll see the judges just working their way around the table, and they'll be looking for wool over the side of the table, as I just spoke about, but then they'll also be looking for a bunching of the wool. So there's a lot of points to be lost there, isn't there, Norm?
Oh, definitely. So all the last fleece on the table right now. Heat number one, just about done and dusted. I'll skirt these fleeces, roll them up, put them in the basket, sweep the floor, and it's smoker time for them girls. So this, of course, the Yildhurst Wolves Junior. Finishing touches now for heat number one. They'll bring it to a close. Just Lamore just making sure that she's done as much as she can to that fleece to increase the value of it. All the oddments are out. Just a good high-grade fleece wool left in there, and it'll go into the basket at the end. And quick sweep and tidy up. Once the brooms are raised, the time clock will stop. Of course, they get a minute 30 sealed time, so that means if they get done within a minute 30 of the shearer finishing, then they lose no points. If they go over that minute 30, every 5 seconds is 1 point added to their total. Of course, the lower the points, the better in wool handling and shearing competitions. And in the middle table there, just about done and dusted. Good time taken there for Lamore and Natalie. Time taken in the middle. Trish, just a final flick round, locks and second pieces in the right basket. And time clock stopped there on table number one as well. So the judges will do their thing. We'll have a quick tidy up and we'll get into heat two, which will be Tia Manson and Skyanne Edmonds. Heat number two will be up next, but just let the judges get rid of the baskets and tidy it up for this heat, and they can get their baskets sorted out.
Goes over the edge of the table.
Okay, a couple of seconds, we'll get these competitors' baskets in the right spots and we'll set them alight. Heat number 2 of the Yaldhurst Wolves Junior here today. We all set? Tia Manson on table number 1, Sky and Edmonds on 2. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And away we go. Just the 2 heats in the junior here today, Kerry, so low entries but a quality field, so we're going to find a very good final out of these 5 competitors. Of course, I'm pretty sure we'll be running a semi-final as well, so these competitors will probably get to have another round, I think. We'll just see what the organisers are going to do there. But we'll eventually get to the final and find a winner. So heat number 2 on the board. The bellies are out for our wool handlers. And we're away. Tia Manson and Sky and Edmonds looking for a spot, of course, ultimately in the big final, Kerry.
Yeah, that's right, Dom, and of course we'll be looking for our 3 top competitors to go through to the finals. The question is, who's it going to be? Of course, this is our second heat. The problem is we can't take everyone through, so we will be losing a couple competitors, and that's just the nature of our sport. So making our way in the second heat, of course, sheep number 1. Once again, there's 2 competition sheep in the pen to shear and wool handle. So if we just look at these competitors, of course, the belly wool's been taken out into the basket. It goes. That crutch wool's been taken out. The top knot's been taken out as well, and of course that goes into a separate basket as well. So you'll just see these wool handlers, they'll just work their way round the sheep, going with the flow of the shearer. So they have to be very mindful and to work in coordination with the shearer. Very important that they keep out of the way of the shearer, but then it's very important for them to do their job. Do you just see on stand number 1, she just leant over and just flicked that shoulder out. And once again, the preparation of the fleece to be thrown starts right from the start. So if we pay attention to the table, of course, stand number 2 there, not too bad a throw, Oh, beautiful throw on the 1. So if I mentioned before the way the point system works, of course there'll be a few points lost on table 2 just from that wall being over the side. So sheet number 2 on the board for these competitors, second and final. So they work their way around, just taking the oddments out of the fleece. Of course, the reason they do this is so the farmer ends up with that only the top wool will go through into what we call the main line. So back to the board they go. Of course, the wool handlers need to be very conscious to do their job on the table that they required to do, but then once again they have to manage their time norm because, you know, as they come up to the crutch wool and undermine, huge points can be lost if the crutch wool isn't taken out. So that's a really big one for the wool handlers. Of course, the top knot to come off as well. So as these shearers make their way, the wool handlers are able to come back to the table, do their requirements, and they'll just go around, skirt that wall. So once again, there'll be points lost from little oddments that may be missed in the skirting process. Of course, you'll see the judges here, they'll be looking for little mistakes that these ball handlers make. So as the shearers finish the long blow, they'll be coming down that last side. Of course, the wool handlers once again need to be mindful that they manage their time. You see on stand number 1, the what we call the sock wool. The sock wool is obviously the wool that's on the feet of the sheep. Of course, that needs to go into a separate basket by itself because, as Norm has spoken, that's a lower quality wool. So you've got to be very mindful to take that out. So back to the table. Good throw. Throw number 2, Norm. Good throw, but a little bit over the side.
Big full fleeces carry, aren't they? So pretty hard to keep under control. It's a pretty small table when you've got a big fleece. And Tia Manson gathers the fleece up. She's up to the end of the table, lays it out nicely, and on it goes. Wee bit of bunching at the top end. The judge will be having a look at, but nothing overthrown. And away they go. So they've got 1:30 from when the shearers finish. They'll lose a point every 5 seconds during that 1:30, and once they go over the 1:30, it's a point every second. So the pressure's on them to get the last of the skirting done and the sweep up and clean up and tidy up all done within the 1:30. Skyanne, one side of the fleece done. Just works her way into the other side. She's going to have to lift the wool back up onto the table and removing the fribs off the, what we call the fribs, off the edge of the fleece. I'll go into the basket containing the first pieces. Just checking, double checking, making sure everything's done right, because she knows that fleece has got to go out the back and be judged as well. So Tia working hard as well down this side of the fleece into the back leg. For a roll-up time for Skyanne Edmonds on table number 2. Into the basket it'll go. She'll be up with the broom very shortly. Roll-up time also for Tia Manson. Not too much between these two competitors. And brooms up for Tia as well. So into their work they go. Good quick clean up, making sure everything's off the board, the floor and the table. And these two competitors will bring to a close the Ealdhurst Wolves Junior heats. Time taken for both their competitors. Well done. Tia Manson's going to give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen, all their junior wool-handling competitors, looking to see who will go through into the next round. Moving straight into the Pull and Shearing Senior, proudly sponsored by Pull and Shearing. The senior grade, heat number 1 will be Michelle White, Emma Martin and Autumn Hiddy. Heat 2, Jess Toa and Sky Herbert. Heat 3, Charlotte Stewart and Sylvia Nicolaisen. Okay, so that's a running order for the senior heats. They're up next. They'll get cleaned up, sorted out. We'll move from the junior upper grade to the senior. And we'll get those 3 competitors. Michelle White, table 1, Emma Martin 2, Autumn Hiddy on table number 3. We'll get those competitors ready to rock and roll. So that was the end of the junior heats, and we're moving into the senior heats, followed by the open heats, and then we're going to be into the semi-finals. So the junior competitors will be up again, basically just another round because there was only 5 of them, but that'll be the next round, and from there, of course, we'll move into the final. How are we looking there, boys and girls? Pollen Shearing sponsored senior up now. And our wool-handling judges look like they're ready to go. The competitors look like they're ready to go. All set them alight. Timekeeper's ready. No? 2, I think. It's written on my wee thing here. 2 sheep. 2 sheep. Is that what you got in the pens, guys? To you as well. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. Off we go. So we've moved up a grade there once again. 2 fleeces for our competitors to prepare. Looking for a spot in the semi-final, so there's only going to be 1 miss out, Kerry, so we'll take the top 6 through. And then, of course, from there into the final.
Yep, that's right, Norman. So we obviously gone up a grade into the senior section now, so the shearers, they will be shearing along a little faster because obviously, as I said, we're in the senior, so the more experienced wool handlers, so these wool handlers would have probably a couple years experience under their belt when they norm. Probably 2, maybe 3 years, wouldn't they?
Yeah, 3 years or so. So they've been probably longer than that in the shed, some of these girls, but just working their way up through the grades. Of course, all competitors, doesn't matter whether it's shearing or wool handling, they all want to end up in the open. That's where all the big guns end up. And that's what our competitors aim for, is to end up in the open grade.
So these senior wool handlers, they'd have the ability to, in a workday situation, they'd have the ability to run the shed, and they'd have the relationship that you need to have with the farmer. So the farmer will go talk to the head shed hand and says, look, this is what I'd like done with my wool, this is what I'd like taken out. So they're building their way through the grades. Of course, as Norm said, the pinnacle is the open, which will be up next. So the open, of course, that's the pinnacle. So that's where the best of the best will compete. But there is a process of getting there, and obviously going through the junior, senior grades, building their skills, building their knowledge. So we look for that first throw to come across the table. Of course, we'll be looking for a nice, beautiful throw. Yeah, not too bad on one, a little bunching at the top. There's table 2. Beautiful throw, just a little bit off the top there of the neck wall. So down on 3. So once again, these wool handlers need to be conscious as the shearer comes out onto the board with the second sheet. They need to manage their time between the requirements that they have on the table and also the requirements they have back at the shearing stand with the shearer. So time management, Norm, it's a big one, and you don't just learn it just like that, do you?
You did right. Something I'm not that good at myself, but hopefully these girls are far better at it than I am. And you, Kerry, probably as well. I'm sure your wife organises your time management for you, and these girls have got it down pat. But yes, the top 3 inches, it doesn't matter what sport you're talking about, whether it's tiddlywinks or wool handling competitions, the top 3 inches is what counts. That's what gets you through into the final, and of course winning the big finals all comes down to ability and experience, and possibly a little bit of luck here and there, but they've got to be very, very well organised, well schooled, well taught, and well practiced. Autumn Hitty just making sure her baskets are nice and tidy, the oddments are in the right spot. Shearer's working around towards the first front shoulder so the wool handlers can get back up onto the table and finish the skirting of fleece number 1. Emma Martin works her way down the second side of her first fleece, up into the head and neck and shoulders area of that fleece. Wee bit of yellow coming out there, you can see it from here for Emma. She just follows where the shearer's at, so she's got to duck back up onto the board, remove the cheek wool and back onto the table, so she'll just get that wee bit of yellow out of there. Into the basket it goes. And into the basket for the finished fleece, just in time for, because the next one's about to drop. Just takes the wool off the table, make sure there's none on there for the next fleece, and then back up with the shearer, just get the next fleece set up. Autumn, table number 3. There she goes. Shut that door there behind the sheep. Nice throws. There's Autumn's onto the table it goes. Clean up of the board and she'll get into the skirting. Emma Martin and Michelle White. Tables 2 and 1 respectively. Way well through the fleece, well through the skirting of that fleece. Last fleece is on the table. Next two will be Jess Tor and Sky Herbert. Just as these girls check and double check again the work that they're doing. They'll know they won't get away with anything. The judge is keeping a close eye, and of course the fleeces go out the back and get judged again. They get pulled to bits and sorted out. They won't get away with anything, so they've got to be very accurate. Emma Mutton getting set for the roll-up. Michelle White into the basket with fleece number 2. A wee bit more coming out, and more again. She's happy enough. And we'll have Michelle up with the broom. Emma into the basket with her last fleece as well. Autumn not far away from the roll up and into the basket, and she'll get up with the broom as well. Well done, time taken. Just Autumn. Well done, girls. Heat number 1 of the pull and shearing senior it is. Heat 2 will have Jess Tor on table 1, Sky Herbert on table 2, please. So, into the entry, if you want to enter the South Island Woolhandling Circuit, come and see Lynn down at the points desk, please. Lynn's taking entries into the South Island Woolhandling Circuit. Pay the bickies and she'll stick your name down there for that circuit, so make sure you enter.
So as we just await the start of the second heat of the senior, of course, big thank you to Pull and Shearing, Barry Pull and Shearing, sponsoring the senior. Great to once again, he's been a sponsor of the show for many a year now, so big thank you for him once again. Marble Point, big thank you to them. They're supplying the sheep here today and also tomorrow for the competition shearing. Without Marble Point, be a hard push to find sheep, wouldn't it, Norm?
Dead right, so just the two competitors in this heat, two in the next heat as well. Looks like we're ready to rock and roll. You're good on your Toddy. Give her a kiss, mate. And a big hug. Okay, shearers, are you set? Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. Heat number 2 it is, the Pull and Shearing senior grade wool handling. One more heat of senior, which will be Charlotte Stewart, Sylvia Nicolaisen, and we'll be into the open wool handling heats after the next senior heat.
We make away in the second heat. Once again, two competition sheep to be shown. This Barry Pullen sponsored senior wool handling competition. Of course, Valley Wool into the basket as it goes. Crutch wool taken out. Top right into the basket as well. So a good start by these competitors. Of course, these wool handlers need to be mindful of the shearer and how the shearer is working. And they need to work together with the shearer. Of course, they need to keep their fingers and bits and pieces out. As the shearers finish the long blow, down the last side they'll come. And you'll see these ball handlers. They'll be looking to pop that front shoulder out. Of course, they'll be already starting to prepare for the setup of the fleece. So down the last side they come, the shearers, shearing some of these beautiful marble point corridors. Once again, an incredible line of sheep, Norm, aren't they? A beautiful sheep, aren't they?
No doubt about that, Kerry. Top line of sheep. In the hole with the first one. Sheep number 2 coming on the board. So Jess and Sky. Where they go together into the skirting of fleece number 1.
So we just see our wool handlers, of course, first of 2 on the table. We just see them working their way around the table. Of course, the basket's set up, that almond wool goes into the baskets. Each basket has a separate line of wool in it. So once again, these ball handlers need to be mindful of the requirements they have on the table, the requirements they have on the shearing board. Be very mindful that they don't miss that crutch ball, because huge points lost with the missing of the crutch ball. So they have to be very mindful to manage their time. Because these ball handling judges, they might look good, Norm, but I'll tell you what, they're pretty hard on the old counter, aren't they?
Yeah, of course they look good, Kerry. Nice of you to say that. But yeah, they won't miss much. There's no doubt about that. They're very experienced. And of course there's another team of judges out the back. All the fleeces and oddments go out the back to get judged as well. So they'll get away with nothing. Back up onto the board they run. Cheek wall comes off and is kept separate. Jess, we've been tidy up behind the shearer. And she's back onto the board, back onto the table rather. And both our wool handlers, Jess on table 1, Sky on table 2, roll up time for them into the basket that first fleece is going to go. Ready for the drop of fleece number 2. Sky just double checking as she goes. And back up onto the board. Set the next fleece up, the shearers will drop, and the time clock for our competitors will start now. Jess or Sky, however, neck and neck as they set this fleece up for the throw. Jess up to her table, out it goes. Oh, beautifully thrown, Jess. Sky onto the table for Skies. Flick over the board with the broom and back up onto the table. Scoop this fleece up with the brooms once again, sweep the floor at the top of the table, and the time clock will be stopped.
So these wool handlers make their way around the fleece on their second and final. They'll be mindful of the time clock. Of course, the set time has started. Of course, the set time was 1 minute 30. So 1 minute 30 might seem a lot of time when you're sitting here doing nothing, but these competitors, they'll be starting to sweat, because any time they go over that, of course they'll be, points will go on to the end tally. So these wool handlers, they'll be mindful this is their last chance that they get to take any oddments out of the wool that they may have missed in the skirting. Of course, the roll up, and then back to the table. So one final clean up in this Pollen sponsored ball handling competition. So around they go, final touches there, of course all the little oddments and that stuff gone through the table, and well done, Jess. And we'll look for Sky to put her hand up. And finishing touches, here we go, well done, man. Okay, heat number 3, Norm.
Heat number 3 it is, good quick times there from those girls. Heat 3, table 1 will be Charlotte Stewart. On table 2, Sylvia Nicolaisen. We'll be moving into the open after that, and we'll get you the draw for the open as it comes to hand. After the open, we're going to have a quick break for morning tea for our judges and shearers and points people, and of course, most importantly, the commentators.
That's right, Norm. It's important for the commentators to rehydrate, I guess that's the technical pronunciation of it. Big thank you to our sponsors of this senior ball handling competition. Of course, Barry Pull and Shearing is our sponsor. We're sharing some beautiful marble point corridor hoggets. Big thank you to Marble Point. They do a great job, Norm. It's you know, they've spent 12 months preparing these sheep for this show. And an incredible line of sheep this year, and once again, they certainly haven't let the team down, have they?
Definitely not. So just while he's setting the baskets, the draw for the Open in heat number 1 will be Dane Leahy, Kelly McDonald and Kane Miles. Heat 2, Ebony Turepa, Samantha Gordon, Joel Henare. Heat number 3 will be Logan Kamora, Candy Harry, and heat 4 Ratapu Moore and Kushla Abraham. That's the running event for the Open Wool Handling. And it looks like we're almost ready for a start down here. Heat number 3 it is of the senior. And we'll have the shearers ready, please. Shearers. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And it's the time of Charlotte Stewart on table number 1. And Sylvia Nicolaisen on table number 2, looking for a spot, of course, in the semi-final. One of these competitors will miss out here this morning. The rest will go through to their semi-final. And the Open heats up next, so we need all our Open wool handlers ready to rock and roll. Like I said, heat number 1, Dane Leahy, Kelly McDonald, Kane Miles. You guys and girls need to be ready to move. As we settle into sheet number 1 of heat 3 of the senior, the last and final heat of the senior grade, proudly sponsored by Pull and Shearing.
So we take away this final heat of the senior. Sheet number 1 and 2 competition sheet in the pen to shear and wool handle. If we just look at these wool handlers, of course, the shearer's working his way around the sheet. The belly wool's been taken clear into the basket it goes. The crutch wool into a separate basket. And of course the top knot that we talk about, which is the on the top of the head, is also a second grade fibre. Of course that goes into its own separate little basket as well. So these wool handlers, they'll be becoming reasonably experienced. Of course they'll be probably looking at maybe 2-3 years experience full time in the shearing sheds. Of course, these wool handlers, they'll have the ability to run an operation on day to day. So if we pay our attention to the first throw, of course, up on the table it goes. Nice throw on stand 2, a little bit over the side there on stand 1. Second sheet onto the board. for these wool handlers. So they just work their way around the fleece. Of course, they need to be mindful of the requirements on the table, the requirements that they now have back at the shearing board with the shearer of their second sheep on the board. So they're working their way around. Some of that neck wall coming out. Into the basket it goes. So you'll see these ball handlers, they'll throw their one side of the fleece over. Back to the board they go. Of course, as I've talked about before, the crutch ball, which is coming out now, is really important. Ball handlers will lose probably maximum points on that if the crutch ball is missed. So they'll have their routine or their certain style that they like to work to. As they go through the grades, they'll take experience from these open wall handlers that come, and they'll be looking at them and ways that they can improve and things that they can get better on, but also these open wall handlers mentors for the junior and senior grades, aren't they?
Yeah, they certainly are. A lot of them put a lot back into it, so they'll take them under their wing, the junior and senior girls, and help them through. Of course, competitions, a lot of it's just about making yourself as good as you can be. That's why people come along and compete in these competitions. And the other bonuses for the sport, you can practice all week at work or your sport on the weekend, so it's a great deal. Sylvia Nicolaisen finished for that fleece. Back up onto the board for fleece number 2. Sheeps out the hole. Well done, shearers. And the last 2 senior grade competitors looking for the throw. Sylvia and Charlotte. Charlotte's up to the table. Sylvia turns, lays it out. Another good couple of throws there for these girls. The idea is to get it all sitting nice and flat on the table, no bunching and nothing over the edges. Anything over the edges the size of an A4 sheet of paper is a point lost. Well, it's actually a point added onto your total, because the lower the points at the end of it all, the better. The lowest points will go through to the next round. The competitor with the highest points is going to miss out. Looking for the top 6 out of the 7 here this morning to compete in the semi-final. Charlotte and Sylvia going to be among them, or time will tell. Up into the top end, the neck and shoulder area of the fleece for Sylvia. Into the basket, just with the lower value type fleece. Even though it's one fleece off the same sheet, parts of the fleece are worth a wee bit less than other parts. They've got to separate them all and maximise the dollar value for the farmer. He puts a lot of time and effort into breeding and growing this wool for each year, and his bottom line is affected severely by poor wool handling, or conversely by good wool handling. So these girls are trying their very best to make sure that he gets the maximum amount of dollars he can get per kg of fleece wool. Into the basket for Charlotte. Sylvia, just a bit of yellow coloured fleece coming out of there. Another hunk there, we can see it from here, so out it comes into the basket. It just takes a different process to get that yellow colour out of there, so it's nice and white. Into the basket with her last fleece. Up with the broom for Charlotte, up with the broom for Sylvia now. And away she goes in the clean-up. So Charlotte down, just flicking through the locks and second pieces we call, just to and the time clock will stop there for Charlotte. So the judge will just flick through her baskets. Sylvia. Final sort out for her as well. The time clock stopped there for Sylvia. Well done. Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. They are our senior grade wool handlers. Well done to all those competitors. And looking forward to seeing who's going to go through into the next round, of course. They're moving into the open. Heat number 1, Dane Rihi, Kelly McDonald, Kane Miles. They need to be ready to rock and roll very shortly. We'll get these baskets and everything sorted out, cleaned up and out of the way, and we'll get the next lot up for you. And the proud sponsors of the Open Wool Handling here today, Lamb and Hayward. Lamb and Hayward have been with us for a few years now, that's for sure. So a big thanks to Lamb and Hayward funeral directors for being involved once again with wool handling here at the New Zealand Corridor Shearing and Wool Handling Championships. Okay, open. Lamb and Hayward open, heat number 1. All set. Timekeeper's ready. Competitors set, go. The first heat in the open, this one, Dane Rehi on table number 1, Kelly McDonald in the middle, and Kane Miles on table 3, Kerry. Good line up for the first heat in the open. Of course, these competitors are hugely experienced, and we'll give them another fleece to prepare as well because of that experience, and we'll just put a wee bit more pressure on them as we go through.
Yep, that's right, Norm. Of course, they into the open class now. So the open class is what we call the top wool handlers. They are top of the grade, so there's no grade above these guys. So you can... Of course, 3 competition sheep, as Norman just said, in this open wool handling. Proudly it's been sponsored by Lamb and Hayward. Been on board for quite a few years now, so it's great to have those guys back sponsoring us. So we're working our way through the first sheep, of course, belly wool taken clear, crutch wool out. The shearers step up. They'll be breaking that neck wool open. They'll be taking the cheek wool and the top knot, as we talk about. Of course, top knot goes into a separate basket by itself, as it is a lower quality wool to the what we call the fleece wool, which is the wool on the body of the sheep. As these shearers just work around the long blow, of course these wool handlers, they'll be beginning to set up their sheep. As they come down the last side, you'll see them lean across and set that front shoulder up. Of course, if they don't do that now, and they come to throw that fleece onto the table, the fleece will be all bunched up. And points will be lost, of course, for fleeces that have bunching. So we're working down the last side. Of course, you'll see the sock wool come off. So if we see the first three coming onto the table, here we look at it. 1, 2. Ooh, nice throw on 3. Not too bad, not too bad. Of course, 3 competition sheep in the pen for these competitors. So back to the table. All 3 stands pretty much with each other as we'd expect. And they're just working their way around. Of course, taking that second grade wool out. See the cane down there on the end. On stand 3. Quickly working its way around. Back to the board they go. Of course, as I've said before, these ball handlers need to be mindful of time management. Something that me and Norman probably aren't very good at, but my time management is, yes dear, you are correct dear, and yes dear, I was late.
Dead right, Kerry. So fleece on the table. Another one still stuck to the sheep at this stage. Cane though. Wee bit of yellow on there, so he just flips it over and makes it a lot easier to see, of course. Takes that yellow wool out. We're all up time for cane. Dane the He does the same. Wee bit of yellow coming out of his fleece on table number 1. Kelly just flicks up the side, removing the... Ooh, that was a close call. Well done, Jess. Silver Ferns winger. Jess Tor. Silver Ferns winger, don't use this stuff. And sheep number 2 on the book. Look out, we lost another one. Hold the phone. She's all go here at the Canterbury Show. Sure, it's just working down the last side of sheep number 2. Tables are clear, ready for the throw. Kane out on the table. Kelly setting up, Dane setting up. Good throw from Kelly. Dane to the He, nice throw as well down there on table number 1. Boards are swept, shearers are out. And away we go, doing it all over again. So sheet number 3 on the board this time. Kerry and Woolhandlers just working through the fleece on the table. That's fleece number 2, 1 left on them.
Yep, third and final fleece on the board for these Woolhandlers. So we just see the Woolhandlers, of course, back to the board they go. Of course, we've spoken, is one full of getting that crutch wool, but they've also got the belly to deal with too, and the sock wool. So their shearers working their way around. Top knot coming off into the basket, into a separate basket it goes. So the shearers working their way around, and up the neck they go. Rolling around and working around that front shoulder. Gives the opportunity for these Woolhandlers to come back to the table, finish their job, skirting. This fleece that's on the table, it needs to be finished. It needs to be in the baskets before the finish. The shearer finishes the sheep that they're currently shearing. So time management is a huge thing for these Woolhandlers. So you'll see Kelly just quickly back to the table. Quickly back to the board, just grab that front sock wool that come off. Of course, that goes into its own little separate basket. And puts it into the badge for your second sheep. And now all Woolhandlers, table clear. As the shearer's working down the last side. So if we look for the throw on our third and final sheet. Nice throw on 2. Pretty good one on stand 1, 2. How's Kane going to go? Oh, not too bad. Not too bad, North. Reasonably good throws on all 3 tables. A couple of points lost, but nothing too major.
Pretty good there. As you'd expect in the Open 2, Kerry, these competitors have the experience and the ability. And away we go, skirting of the third and final fleece in heat number 1. Heat 2 need to be ready to go. Ebony Taripa, Samantha Gordon and Joel Hanare. Second half of fleece number 3 for our competitors on the tables now. Looking for a spot in the semi-final. The top 6 will go through. And the roll-up time it is for Dane on table number 1 and Kelly on table number 2. Kane finishing touches. He'll flick it over once again, make sure he can seal the yellow. Into the yellow basket it goes. It's a bit of yellow on some of these fleeces. But they take it out so it can get processed properly. Time clock stopped there for Kelly McDonald. In the middle, well done Kelly. Finishing touches for Dane Rihi on table number 1, and time clock stopped there as well.
So we see down here on stand 3, Kane with the final clean-up. All those little oddments that have fallen off the fleece and through the process. Just the final touch there, and well done. Well done, Kane. That completes heat number 1. Okay, moving on to heat number 2, Norm.
You'll have Ebony on table 1, Samantha on 2, Joel on table number 3. Get their baskets out just as soon as we can. And we have the results out of the senior. We have the top 6 that will go through into the semi-final. In qualifying order, the top 6 in this bull and shearing senior are Autumn Hiddy, Jess Tor, Emma Martin, Michelle White, Sky Herbert and Charlotte Stewart. So those 6 go through into the semi-finals for the pull and shearing senior grade. Looking forward to seeing how they'll go.
This week just the way to start in the second heat. Of course, need to thank Lehman Haywood, sponsors of this open wool handling. Of course, the New Zealand title up for grabs here today, Norm.
Yeah, there is, so it is a big deal. This is heat number 2 of the Open, of course. We just read the results out for the senior semi-final, which will be up shortly. We're going to have Smoko after the Open heats, and then we'll be into the junior semi-final and the senior semi-final as well. Okay, here we go, heat number 2 it is. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. Where we go with another 3 competitors vying for a spot in the semi-final. Ebony Turipa on table number 1, Samantha Gordon on 2, and Joel Henare on table number 3.
Once again, there'll be 3 competition sheets for these open class wool handlers. So as these shearers work their way around, off comes the belly. Of course, belly wool goes into a separate basket. Front wool, of course, will go into another basket. The shearers work their way down their first leg. Crutch wool comes out. Top knot off. So as these shearers work their way through, having a key to a perfect throw is the preparation of the fleece through the shearing. It's a lot like a lot of industries. Unless you do the groundwork, get the preparation right, the end result doesn't always work out. So the key to a good throw is the preparation work that these wool handlers will do. Of course, a big one is you'll see Joel just laying the fleece out just how he wants to pick it up, because if it's not all laid out, the final result just is not going to be the one they want. And the thing is, a lot of points can be lost, Norm, just through the finer details, isn't it? You know, and it's the finer details that sometimes really do cost you a spot in the final and a spot that could have been.
That's right. It separates the winners from the second and third place getters, that's for sure. And Joel Henardy knows all about that, former world champion there on table number 3. Just turns, lays the fleece on the table, beautifully thrown, as always, Joel Henardy. So Samantha Gordon and Ebony Turepa on the table with their fleeces as well. Not a lot in it as the shearers come out with sheep number 2. And Joel down there, away he goes. Also, of course, Joel doing some very fine work as an elite wool handling instructor, helping our younger ones come through, which is great to see Joel putting a bit back in to the industry that's served him so well. Of course, he's served the industry very well as well, no doubt about that. Our top performing wool handler of all times, probably Joel Henardy. Ebony Turepa just up there with the shearer, sorting the belly with that, so the belly's got to be frib, so the top part of the belly, which is the brisket on the sheep, a wee bit shorter and a wee bit more discoloured, so it comes off because it's worth less than the good belly wool. That's how fine a detail we get down into, ladies and gentlemen. Samantha Gordon from up the north into the first hind leg, works the shearer, so she's just there working with him until the crutch wool and the head wool's gone, and then she can pop back onto the table. She'll get a wee bit of time to herself while the shearer's working away doing his own thing. So the crutch wool's out for Samantha. She's got her hands out, ready to receive the top knot as it comes off, and she's back onto the table. They're all back onto the table. And away they go, skirting sheep fleece on the table. There's a wee bit of yellow coming out for Samantha. Joel just flicking through the fleece, checking, rechecking and checking again before he rolls that up. He wants it perfect before he goes into the basket because he knows he won't get away with anything on the judging side of it. Samantha in the basket. Fleece number 1 in the basket for our competitors, and not far off receiving the second fleece for processing. And of course, one still in the pen. Next heat, heat 3, will be Logan Kamura and Candy Hitty.
So we see second fleece come on the table. Beautiful throw there by Albany. Probably throw of the day so far, I'd say, Norm.
No doubt.
So we'll just see ball handlers working their way around the fleece. Third and final sheep on the board for our shearers. Of course, we are in the open class, ladies and gentlemen. There is the New Zealand Corridale Champion Trophy up for grabs. But also $1,000 in prize money, and a big thank you to Lamb and Hayward. It's a pretty good coin, $1,000, Norman. It's fantastic prize money, and it's great to see Lamb and Hayward as our sponsors here for the Open.
Yeah, they do very well indeed, especially as funeral directors, Kerry. That not got a lot to do with the shearing industry, but I guess the shearers and the wool handlers, we're all going to need their service at some stage or another, because we're all going to die.
Some of us live forever, Norm. Legacy.
So, us clean, healthy living people might take a wee bit longer for them to get their return on their investment, that's sure. But anyway, down on the table, Joel Henardy back with the shearer as he works his way around, just waiting for the cheek wool to drop. And back onto the table for Joel. Samantha Gordon in the middle. Ebony Taripa on one. He's up into the neck, part of the fleece, front shoulders. Brings it all back towards her and rolls it up nice and tight into the basket. It'll go. Wee bit there coming off that she spied as she was rolling it up. Clean off the top of the table and she can get back to the shearer.
So the shearers work their way down the last side. Of course, a little bit of preparation work. You'll see table 2 there. Just a quick clean up. And hopefully she'll be working on the theory that the more she does now, the less she'll have to do. And the final clean up. So if we look at the throw, nice throw 1. So there'll be a couple points lost on the throws on all 3 tables, but nothing too major. So these ball handlers, they'll be quickly skirting their fleeces, mindful of the time cap that they have to go. So 1 minute 30 time cap. So around the table they go. Quick shake the fleece by there from Joel. Oddments into the baskets. Ball comes over. And now into the roll up. Badges got 3 fleeces in them. So quick clean up there. Round the tables they work. Quick clean up. Normally if you would have been clipped around the angles a few times with a wayward broom.
Oh, well done Joel and Sam. And Ebony, time taken there as well. Well done. No, I never really got, because I was so good to the wool handlers as I was shearing, very considerate and respectful. They all loved me and we got the job done beautifully. No one ever hit me with the broom. Next seat. Before you get the right of reply there, Kerry, next seat is Logan Kamura on table number 1 and Candy Hitty on table number 2, please.
So we're just away to start in heat number 3. Open class we are, ladies and gentlemen. New Zealand Corridor Championships. A red ribbon, a New Zealand title, and $1,000 up for grabs to the winner. Big thank you to Lamb and Hayward, sponsors of our open ball handling. Lamb and Hayward been on board for quite a few years now, so it's great to have these return sponsors. Without these sponsors, we don't have a show, so it's great. Great to have them. A big thank you to our competitors today too, Norm. It's, not everyone's going to make the final, not everyone's going to go home with their red ribbon or even a place in the final, but it's great for these competitors to come out, support the show as they do.
Yeah, definitely. It's all about being competitive, of course. And it looks like we're ready to rock and roll. Logan and Candy and their shearers are all set. Timekeeper's ready. Competitors set, go. And away we go. Once again, 3 big woolly Corridor ewes and a couple of competitors, Kerry, up on the board, looking for a spot in the semi-final. We have the junior semi-finalists. We have announced the senior semi-finalists. One more heat of open, and we can announce who the top 6 will be in the open as well. And of course those semi-finals will take place after morning tea, or the junior and the senior will anyway. The open will be after lunch. So looking forward to the junior and semi-finals, and also the first round of the Contractors teams event, the heats of the Contractors teams event, coming up after morning tea as well. That's where the shearers and the wool handlers work together, and both the shearers and the wool handlers get judged. Always an exciting, busy time up here on the Shearing and Woolhandling board, Kerry, the Contractors teams event. And heat number 3 we're on to now on the open wool handling. Logan Cumholder, table 1, Candy Hitty on table number 2. Just work with the shearer as he works around the first part of the sheep. Just keeping themselves busy. There's always plenty to do for the wool handlers, that's for sure. Never an idle moment. Of course, the wool handlers have to work to the pace of the shearers. If they're good shearing sheep, they've got to work a lot harder. Well, that may not be so. If they're poor shearing sheep, they're usually bigger and woollier and a lot more work. And of course, the wool handlers have to work a lot harder there if there's a lot more work on the sheep, on the fleece itself, as there is on these big Corridor ewes. Then the last side of the first sheep for our shearers and the wool handlers, looking for the fleece to drop. Candy just working it in towards herself there, setting it up, getting it all nice and tight, bunched, ready for the throw. It's off the sheep so she can put that fleece upside down on the table, or right side up on the table, and away it goes. Nice throw from Candy, beautiful throw from Logan as well. Good start to heat number 3, Kerry.
Yeah, it is, Norm. Nice throws. Table 1, table 2. Pretty good throws, yep. A couple of points lost without a doubt. But nothing too major. Sheep number 2 on the board for these wool handlers. As the shearers make their way, you'll see the belly wall chuck clear. The wool handlers will work down the side of the table, and then they'll come back to the board. Of course, the front will go onto one basket, the belly wool into another basket. So the shearers come down the first set into what we call the undermine in the shearing industry. So really important time for these wool handlers. Of course, that crutch wool needs to be taken out. Big points will be lost if the crutch wool is missed. So the shearers up the neck they go, working their way around the sheep. That top knot what we call the top knot, of course the wool on top of the head of the sheep. Taken out into a separate basket, back to the table for these wool handlers. So you'll just see the difference between these junior wool handlers and the open ones, of course, experience, but just the process they have and the speed that they work at. And that's something that is learned just through years of experience, working in the shed from day to day. But then, of course, the open graded is the best of the best, Norm. This is where our world champions come from, and today we will be crowning the New Zealand Corridor champion.
Yes, you did right, Kerry. We will be. One of these competitors is going to take home their title. Fleece number 2 off the sheep now. And Logan and Candy both to the table. Top throw from Candy.
Oh, nice.
Good throw from Logan as well. Just a wee bit of bunching at the top end, which the judge will be having a closer look at. But Candy's flow looks pretty damn good. And away they go. So they've got a wee bit of time before they need to get back to the shearer. They go as quick as they can, get as much done as they can before they have to pop back with the shearer. So one more heat, which is Ratapu Moore and Kushla Abraham. They'll be up next, and that'll bring to a close the open heats. Then we'll have a morning tea for our judges, and we'll be moving into the semi-finals of the junior and senior. This one, of course, a Lamb and Haywood Open, heat number 3. Top lineup of hugely experienced wool handlers here today.
So up the neck that works our shearers, of course these wool handlers, they'll be working around the sheep with the shearer. So back to the table they come. Of course these wool handlers be mindful of quite where the shearer is. They'll be skirting their fleece around. They'll have the shearer. It's just a conscious thing that they'll learn. They might not see the shearer visually, but they'll have the experience from day-to-day practice within the shearing industry of quite where the shearer is and how many seconds that they've got to play with. Sometimes it comes down to less 5 seconds. They're like, right, I've got to leave the board, I've got to get back to my shearer. And it's something that takes a little bit to learn. So down the last side they come, the shearers, working with each other. Of course they'll finish the sheep together, so there's no advantage to the wool handler. So fleece is set up. Back to the table we come. Oh, once again, beautiful throw. Beautiful throw for Candy. Probably fair, Norm. Probably 3 pretty good throws by her. Of course, without a doubt, Logan, nice throw there too by him. So around the table they work. Of course, time cap of 1 minute 30. Anything over that is 1 point per second deduction, or added to, I should say. So you just see Candy working around the neck region of the sheep. Of course, she'll be working down the side, around that front shoulder, and working around into the back of the legs there now. So Logan, roll up time for him. Into the badge, quick bounce to the table, out comes the broom. Quick clean up. 1 minute 30 is the cap that they need to try and keep under. Of course, 1 minute 30 doesn't seem a lot of time when you're sitting here doing nothing, but when you're up on the board, it goes pretty quick. And well done, Logan. Time will be taken.
Good time there, carry on it. Good time for Logan, well done. Candy, of course, she had some very, very good throws, so she's going to be there or thereabouts as far as the points go, I'm sure. Into the basket with the Altman's time clock stopped there for Candy hitting. Well done. That was heat 3, heat 4. Table number 1 will be Rata Moore and Kushla Abraham on table number 2, please.
This way to start in this final heat. Heat number 4 we're currently on to. Open class ball handling, ladies and gentlemen. New Zealand title up for grabs. New Zealand Corridor shares we are here. The Christchurch A&P show. Of course, all these competitors, they'll be looking for a win here today. Big thank you to Lamb and Hayward, our sponsors for the day. Incredible prize money that they've put up this year, Norm. $1,000 for the winner. And great money and great sponsors too.
Yes, big thanks to Lamb and Hayward. And looks like we're ready for a start. Heat number 4 it is. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And away we go. The last 2 competitors up there on the board carry vying for a spot in the semi-final. We'll get this heat done and dusted. We'll get the points all added up together. And we'll let you know who the top 6 in the Open are that will compete in the semi-final this afternoon. Is it going to be Ratapu and Kushla? Time will tell. That question and many other important questions, Kerry, will be answered very shortly.
Yes, that along with the list of other ones. Of course, these 2 competitors have made the final here before in previous years gone by. So we work our way down the first leg of our final heat at the Open. Lamb and Hayward sponsored Open Wool Handling. Belly wool been thrown clear into the basket. Crutch wool out. The shearers step up. Top knot time. Of course, the top knot, as we've spoken about, goes into its own little separate basket. You'll see these wool handlers, they'll have their baskets set up for pretty much in the style that they like. So they'll have a mindset of where their baskets are. Of course, every second grade bit of wool will go into a different basket. Of course, the crutch wool will go in one, the sock wall in another, and the belly wall rib. A lot of work takes place on just a single sheet. And sitting here in the crowd, it doesn't really look like they're doing working at a frantic pace, but the thing is, every little thing they do is calculated. So you'll see the wool handlers, they'll be setting up their sheep. Of course, that front shoulder that the shearer's shorn needs to be popped out. Of course, the fleece will be set up. So, first fleece ready to be thrown. Oh, pretty good, Norm, mate. Pretty good throw.
Good throws, the pair of them. Well done. Onto the table. Not much bunching and not much hanging over, so that's what they're aiming at. Back onto the board, the shearers come with sheep number 2, so working furiously. I'd have to have bit more down one side of the fleece. Kushla Abraham does the same. She's up into the neck and shoulder area of fleece number 1. She's going to get right down the far side before she's got to get back up on the board. Looks like she might. No, she's going to hop back up there. The belly's to be worked. She's done enough. She's got plenty of time left to finish that fleece off before the next one drops. Crutch wool to be sorted now. A wee bit of sock wool to come off, of course. Keep the sock wool separate from the crutch wool. Socks full of Kemp fibre. The crutch, of course, is a wee bit shorter than the good fleece wool. Just pushes that to one side. Make sure it's all out. Folds the leg wool back into the sheet. Shearer can step up the neck without standing on it, breaking it. Which just aids in that way she's going to be able to throw the fleece, of course. And they're into the head wool, Raratapu more as well. Taking the top knot off and back onto the table. Finishing touches to fleece number 1. Check and double check. And as they bring the fleece across towards them, because they're just checking for yellow wool or anything that she's left behind. And she rolls that fleece up, but she's happy enough. Checks it again before it goes in the basket. She can get back up with the shearer just in time to take that last cheek off. It's got to be kept separate from the fleece wool as well. If she didn't do that, it would get tangled up. Roll up time also for Ratapu Moore on table number 1. Into the basket it'll go. Setting everything up, folding the wool back towards them, just making sure the legs are free of the fleece. Roll it over, gather it up, flick it out. Nice throws again. Some of the fleeces look quite difficult to get nice and flat on the table carry, but they can only deal with what they've got.
That's right, Norm. It's the same for all competitors, Dave. It's been a bit of a challenging season, really, in the farming sector. But around the table they go. Both of these competitors sort of right there with each other. Nothing really separating them so much at this stage. Back to the board goes Ratapu. Belly wool into the basket, rib wool separated, and crutch wool taken out. Undermine time for these shearers. Of course, that top knot taken out into a separate basket it goes to. For these wool handlers, they'll be mindful. Work with the shearer at this current stage. But then they've also got a fleece on the table that they have to keep in mind of too. So Around that fleece they work, taking the oddments out. Of course, that goes into a separate basket you see at the head of the table. There'll be badges down the other end under the board, so that will be for the belly wool, the frib wool, the crutch wool, the top knot, and the fed. The baskets at the other end will be for the other oddments. Some of the neck wool will go into there too. So these shearers come down the last side together. Of course, the shearers be mindful just to finish together, so there's no time advantage for one competitor or another. So finishing touches there. Both of the shearers right there with each other now, so away you go, boys. Finishing touches there for the shearers. Wool handlers, fleece set up. Let's see how they go. Third and final throw. Not too bad on one, and not too bad on two. A couple points lost there, Norm, without a doubt, but as a whole, pretty good try.
Pretty good, they'll be heavy enough for that. And away they go, the skirting of the last fleece. So the time clock has started for each of the wool handlers. It starts when their shearer finishes. Pushlet into the basket with the a wee bit of neck and shoulder wool. Ratapu just skirting that out now, and on the top end of the fleeces. Frib's coming off there as well. She brings a far leg over to her and skirts that. So all the fribs coming off, all the first pieces off the side of the fleece now. Ratapu Kushla roll up time now on table number 2. She just found a wee bit, and a wee bit of yellow coming out of there. A wee bit of yellow and a frib. They can check and double check. It's got to be perfect. They've got to be satisfied they've done all they can do to maximise the value of that fleece, and into the basket it goes to be judged. Up with the brooms this time. Ratapu up with the broom. Kushla reaches under the table, grabs the broom herself, and away she goes. So clean up time. Tables 1 and 2. Going for it, trying to stay under that sealed time. And I'm sure they'll be there or thereabouts, but the locks and second pieces. Kushla doing the same. Time taken on table number 1. Ratapu more. Kushla Abraham only seconds behind. Time taken there as well. Give them a hand, ladies and gentlemen, our open grade wool handlers here today. Well done, guys and girls. And of course, looking for the top 6. As soon as those results come to hand, we'll let you know who those top 6 are. We're going to break for morning tea now for our judges and our workers, and we'll be back with the junior semi-final in about 20 odd minutes. Okay, so junior semi-final up next.
Okay, I think we're almost ready for a start. Okay, we're being cleared for a start. Semi-time, final time, ladies and gentlemen, in this Yoldhurst Bulls sponsored junior shearing. My timekeeper ready. Competitors set, go. Okay, here we go. Once again, 2 competition sheep to be shorn in this junior wool handling, the semi-final. It is all or nothing, ladies and gentlemen. This is when you make the top 3 or you miss out. The question is, who will it be? Who's going to make that top 3? Stand by, we go to the more galleys. Tia Manson will take 2. Of course, semi-final time, the shearers will be shearing at a slightly faster pace than what they did in the qualifying heats, which is to be expected. Of course, we want to find the best ball handlers. We want to find the top 3. The best 3 will go through into our final later on in the afternoon, in the day, sorry. So our shearers working their way round the shoulder they go, because our wool handlers have already dealt with the belly wool. That goes into one basket, the frib into another basket, the crutch wool being taken out. Of course, these wool handlers mindful to work with their sheep as the shearer comes round, mindful to take that sock wool off that's coming off at the moment. Of course, the sock wool is what we call the wool on the front feet. Even that sheep can't wait to be shorn. So if we almost complete the first sheep, 2 in the pen to shear, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, here we go. That fleece is set up. Oh, not too bad. Not too bad throw on one. A little bit over the side. Once again, not too bad a throw. Couple little penalties there from wool over the side of the table, but of course nothing too major. Nothing too major to worry about. So our wool handlers working around the top of this fleece, and of course it might look a bit of a different scene when it's on the table, but the areas that he is working around at the moment is the head region and the back of the neck. So once again, these wool handlers back to the board. Belly wool chuck clear, into the patch it goes. The brisket wool taken out. And then the ball handlers into the crutch of the sheep. If the ball handler misses the crutch, it's a really big deduction of points. So that's a really big one. Really big one for these ball handlers. So of course, the objective here is to minimise the points lost. So these ball handlers, they just, you see they're using that, their board broom or their stick, as they like to call it. Of course, it's The more work they do now is less work they have to do later on. So back to the board. Pull them out. Off comes the cheek wall, down and over the brisket comes the shearers on the last side of the sheet. Tia, around the table she works. Working hard. Of course, semi-final time, ladies and gentlemen, in this Guildhurst sponsored junior final. Of course, there's a New Zealand title up for grabs. It is the New Zealand Corridor Championships here at the Christchurch AMP. So into the basket goes place number 1. Second place on the table. Oh, that was a bit of a challenging place actually, to be fair. But she did pretty good throw actually with the challenging place. But to the table, I think Tia's got a bit of a challenging place too. Yeah, I thought so, but all the same, not too bad actually. That's probably not too bad a throw. I thought it was going to be a challenging one, and it turned out to be so. So it's these wool handlers working their way around the table. Of course, the time clock has started. Just working around the head wall, the back of the neck, some of this wall. A little bit of colour coming out. Tia wasn't too happy with that. Just a bit of a more challenging place, that one, so it just requires a bit more work. Of course, she wants to do the best take out of a lot of that colour. Of course, she doesn't want to lose points outside with the judges. So roll out time. Stand 1. Into the fetch we go with our second and final fleece. Now comes the broom. Final sweep up of the locks, and second pieces. Looking around the board. See Tia having a bit of a right old time there. It certainly has turned out to be a bit of a challenging place, that one. But let's get in behind it, ladies and gentlemen. It's definitely a challenging place. Come on, girl, let's bring it on home, eh? Doing all that hard work, you know, might just pay off, so... Finishing touches there. There we go. Stand number 1. More girlies finishes her semi-final. Okay, let's bring it home, Tia. Let's make a good run home, eh, girl? Come on. Let's go, let's go. Of course, the time clock has started. Into the basket goes the locks pieces and whatnot. And one final quick look around, and there we go. Announce out. Okay, moving on to semi-final heat number 2. Skyanne Edmonds will be on 1, Trish Booth will 2, and Natalie Albert will take stand number 3. We'll welcome those wool handlers to the board. Once again, there will be 2 competition sheep to be shorn. Has been just the way to start in the second semi-final. Of course, we need to acknowledge our sponsor of this junior wool handling competition. A big thank you to Yieldhurst Wools. Yieldhurst Wools have been sponsors here for many a year now, so once again we thank them for their loyal sponsorship. Of course, after this second heat of the junior wool handling, we'll be moving on to the semi-final. That first heat will be Charlotte Stewart, Michelle White and Jess Toe. Okay, I think we are ready for a start, unless someone tells me otherwise. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Semi-final, heat number 2. My timekeeper ready, competitors set, go. Heat number 2, ladies and gentlemen, of this Yieldhurst sponsored junior wool handling semi-final. We have a New Zealand title up for grabs. Of course, we are New Zealand Corridor Championships here, 2022. Christchurch we are, ladies and gentlemen. And we are looking at some of the future of our wool handling industry. We're in the junior grade, ladies and gentlemen. And on stand number 2, in the heat number 2 of the semi-final will be Skyanne Edmonds. Trish Booth is on stand 2. Natalie Albert down here will take stand 3. So we're looking for the top 3, ladies and gentlemen. The question is, who is it going to be? The top 3 will go through to our final later on in the day. So we're working our way around the sheep. Of course, the belly wool's been chucked clear from into the corresponding baskets. The top knot into the basket as well. So 3 shearers working right with each other. Under the final shoulder they come. The sock ball comes off from the shearers. Of course, the ball handler's mindful to take that out into its own little basket it goes. Down the last side they come. So finishing touches there. So first throw's on the table. How are we going to go? First throw, second throw, third throw. Pretty good throw there on 2. Couple points left. Stands 1 and 3, but as I say, nothing too major. So back to the board. Goes Natalie on 3. Of course, belly will chuck clear. She'll take that belly apart. lift it up, lay it down onto the board so she can see what wool needs to be taken out. So there's a little bit what we call the frib, and the frib is the frib comes from the brisket of the animal. So when the animal goes to sit down on the ground when it's sleeping or having a rest, that's the first area that touches the ground when they go to sit down. So that's a second grade piece of wool, and they'll just take that out and then they'll go into its own little individual basket. They stand two. Off comes that frip into the basket. All three shearers up the neck, they go together. Work their way around the shoulder they go, then dropping down into the long blade. Of course, back to the table goes our three wool handlers. Bit of a challenge for these wool handlers. They have to be mindful of the requirements they have to do on the table. They have to be mindful of their shearers back at the shearing board. There can be a little bit of a game of cat and mouse between the shearers and shed hands at times. It's definitely a big thing of time management for these junior wool handlers. Of course, there's always a few points that they're going to lose along the way. You'll see these judges here. They will deduct points off these wool handlers for anything that they foresee as not doing quite correctly or not to the rules of the game. Okay, second throw. Not too bad on three. Good on one and good on two. Good throws. Good throws. Okay, time clock has started. The time cap that these ball handlers need to keep under is 1 minute 30. 1 minute 30, and anything over that 1 second is a point per second. So that's something that they really want to try and avoid. So we've seen Natalie down here on stand 3, working her way around the place. Those second pieces that have coming off the fleece, of course, they go into the corresponding baskets. So roll up time for her. Look at that fleece, tight, and into the basket, into the fed, sorry, it goes. So second and final fleece done and dusted. Table 2, almost time for roll-up time. You just see a little bit of yellowness through the back. Trish decided that, no, I'm going to take that out. I don't want the judges to penalise me out the back, which could be a good call. It could be the call between making the final and not making the final. Time will tell, ladies and gentlemen. Out comes the broom. Final clean-up time for these junior wool handlers. And there we go. Well done, Natalie. Well done, my girl. Who's the next one? Who's the next one? It's going to come home. So quick clean-up. Those locks pieces, second pieces into the corresponding baskets they go. Who's what? All together. Skyanne and Trish, well done, girls. Okay, that does complete the semi-final heat number 2. Moving on, upper grade. Moving on into the Barry Pullen sponsored senior wool handling semi-final heat number 1. Stand 1, Charlotte Stewart. Michelle White will be 2, and Jess Toe will take 3. So we welcome those competitors to the board. Okay, senior wool handling semi-final. Heat number 1, ladies and gentlemen, proudly sponsored by Barry Pullen Shearing. Of course, Barry's been a sponsor here and contractor out of the central Canterbury area for a long time now. Been a long-time sponsor here, the Corridor Championships. Okay, as we just wait for these ball handlers set up their baskets, get themselves set up, we'll get ready for a start. Once again, I think these 2 competition sheets. Oh, three, okay. 3 competition sheet. Okay, I think we are looking good. Okay, heat number 1 of the semi-final, ladies and gentlemen. On timekeeper ready. Competitors set, go. Sheet number 1 of 3 and the pen to share, ladies and gentlemen. Senior ball handlers semi-final number 1. We are looking for our top 3. Charlotte Stewart will take stand 1. Michelle White, she's on 2. And Jess Toe, she'll be down there on 3. So we're making our way. Of course, the shearers will be, since we've gone up a grade, these shearers will be just shearing along a little bit faster. Of course, these are more experienced ball handlers. Of course, we want to do the best for them, but they also have to earn their right to be in the final, ladies and gentlemen. It's not all given to them. Of course, they need to earn their rights to make that final later on. New Zealand title, it is New Zealand Corridor Shearing Championships. As these shearers just working their way around the long blow they go. So the belly wool in the basket, the frip taken off, the crutches out. The sock ball is currently taken off into the basket it goes. Down the last side comes our shearers. Finishing touches there for their first sheet. These ball handlers setting up their fleece. Let's see, let's have a look. Fleece number 1. How Charlotte? Oh, not too bad, not too bad. Jess, big throw for her. So Michelle there works their way around that fleece. Oh, gee, tell you, these sheep can't wait to get their jacket off. Quite keen. So around the table works Jess. To be fair, she's got a bit of a challenging fleece there actually. Some of these fleeces holding together a little bit better than others. Back to the board. Frib taken off, belly roll into the basket. So the shearer working down the first leg. Undermined time. Of course, that crutch ball needs to be taken out. The shearers need to be mindful. They need to be mindful, keeping in pace with each other, so it gives the wool handlers an even go at things. They're working their way around that fleece. All the oddments coming out, round the shoulders, they go. Back to the ball goes Jess. Finishing touches there on the long blow, of course, cheek ball taken off into the corresponding basket. Michelle back to the table. Final roll up for time for her. Just checking that fleece as she goes. Looking at it inside, outside. Not looking quite as confident as she'd like to be. Decide, no, I'm going to take it, I'm going to take it out. I'm going to take that little bit of yellow out. So back to the table, back to the table. Oh, beautiful throw. Charlotte. Nice girl, nice. Michelle and Jess, how they go. Oh, not too bad, not too bad. A few points lost from Jess. Round the table they work, finishing touches here. On one side for Jess, of course, then she runs round the corresponding side of the table, and then she'll work down the other side. That's the same for these other girls. Belly wool chuck clear by our shearers. Of course, they can leave that belly wool on the board until they're happy to come back. So Jess is back to the board. Off comes the frip into the separate little basket, into the basket of bellies for her. Michelle. Out comes that crutch ball. Top knot into the basket. Crutch ball into another basket. These ball handlers have to be mindful of what they put into one basket. All three shearers right there with each other at the moment. Shearing along well, the boys. They down into the long lay they work. So roll up time there for Charlotte. Quite a nice place for her. Well rolled up too, that one. Back to the board to race. Up and around the shoulders go the shearer. There's sock wool coming off. Of course, the sock wool is a second grade fibre. That needs to go into a little basket by itself. So down and out the flank. All three shearers right there with each other. Finishing touches there for the shearers. And as we look, how Charlotte, oh, nice throw, Charlotte, good girl. Jess, up on the table she comes. Another challenging place for her. Michelle, not too bad a throw for her, just a little bit of bunching there in the top corner. But as I said, nothing too major. So, place number 3 on the board. Third and final. We'll see small handlers looking for a place in our Barry Pullen sponsored senior final. The question is, ladies and gentlemen, who's it going to be? Who is going to make our top 3? All these 3 competitors would love to be there. As they're working through, let's see the urgency, girls. Come on, let's go. A bit of yellow coming out there for Charlotte. Probably a good call too. Roll up time for her. Roll up time on 2 and 3 as well. Finishing touches. This is the last time that they get to take anything out of their fleece. Out comes the broom. Okay, girls, come on, let's go. The time is clicking. 1 minute 30 they've got to finish, ladies and gentlemen. Or anything over that, they will have points added to their score. 1 point per second. So finishing touches here. The brooms, they're out. The brooms are down. Business time. How are we looking? Yes, Charlotte. Good time. Okay, next one home, and well done, Michelle. And Jess, well done, guys. Semi-final number 1, done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. Heat number 2, stand 1, Sky Herbert. Emma Martin will be 2, and Autumn Harry will take stand 3. Okay, heat number 2, ladies and gentlemen, the senior ball handling semi-final. Sky Herbert will take stand 1, Emma Martin will be 2, and Autumn Perry will take stand 3. Once again, we'll have 3 competition sheet to be shorn and wall handled. Semi-final number 2. We are looking for our top 3 wall handlers to go through to the final later on in the day. So just a heads up to those contractors teams. Contractor teams event will be held before lunch. The contractors teams event will be held before lunch. Okay, how are we looking? Heat number 2. Get the right piece of paper. Not too many pieces of paper here. Okay, heat number 2. I think we're good for a start. My timekeeper ready. Competitors, set, go. Okay, heat number 2 of this very pollen-sponsored New Zealand Corridor Senior Wool Handling Championship. Semi-final we are, ladies and gentlemen. Heat number 2. On stand 1 we'll have Sky Herbert. Emma Martin will be there on 2 and Autumn Uriah will be down there on stand 3. We are looking for our top 3 competitors, ladies and gentlemen. They will go through to the final later on in the day. The question is, who is it going to be? So just a heads up to those contractor teams, you will be next after this second heat of the senior semi-final. Contractors teams. Heat 1 will be Platinum Shearing, Pullen Shearing and Mark Hurley Shearing. And Heat 2 will be more Sheep Shearing and a Lionel Tomata team Lionel Tomata. The semi-final for the Open, according to my list, will be first event after lunch. The Open semi-final will be the first event after lunch. So back to the board, ladies and gentlemen. Heat number 2. We're at the business end of the competition for these ball handlers. It's a case of big go big or go home. Semi-final, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking for our top 3. Okay, to the board, Autumn goes. Oh, yes, girl, yes. How good. Emma Martin, nice throw there by her. And Autumn down here on stand 1. Bit of a challenging place, that one. But all the same, you gotta treat it the same. A difficult one with a good one. So sheet number 2 or 3 in the pen to share, ladies and gentlemen. Back to the board goes Emma. Into the basket goes the frip. Into the basket goes the belly. The same for Autumn. So down the first leg works our shearers. Into the undermine. Of course, the crutch wall needs to be taken out. A lot of points will be lost to our wall handlers for the crutch wall being left in there. Of course, you'll see these wall handlers, they'll be working their way around the shearer, just in motion with them. So when the shearer takes that wool off, their wall handler will be a second 2 behind, taking out the second grade pieces of wool. So see Emma Martin here, she's working her way. Quick look up, see where her shearer is. She's conscious that she needs to get back to the board. Take that cheek wall open. He said, I've done that, now I can get back to the table. So roll up time for her. Into the fence she goes. Roll up time, almost there for Autumn. Back to the board, sock ball out for her. Into the basket, back to the board, back to the table, sorry. Roll up time, oh, beautiful roll up too. Good job on that one. Okay, set up time, how are we going to look? Sky, first one there, oh, nice throw. Emma, oh, challenging fleece for her. And Autumn, how are we going to go, girl? Oh, not bad, not bad. Couple points lost there, but nothing too major. Of course, Emma here in the middle table, she had quite a challenging place on that one, but didn't actually too bad a job, actually, to be fair. Of course, they just need to go through, sort those places. Back to the board she goes. Belly will chuck clear. Off comes the Frib. Belly into the basket. Frib into the basket. Autumn at the table. Taking the back of the net wall open. Back to the board she goes. Belly wall into the bench. Under the mind time for the shearer. Crutch wall taken out for her. Top knot time. Top knot into another basket. Semi-final, ladies and gentlemen. This is the do or die end of our competition for our senior wool handling. Of course, proudly sponsored by Barry Pullen. Loyal sponsor here for many a year. Okay, round the table. Works Autumn. Lifts that fleece up, lays it nicely on the table, into the basket. Back to the board she goes. You see a little bit more urgency in these performances now. Of course, it is a case of go hard or go home, really. And the nature of this competition is these ball hammers, they don't want to go home. They don't want to go home with no ribbon. They don't want to go home with no prize money. It's the whole idea of coming here. So down and out the flank works the shearers. Of course, roll up time there on 2 and 3. Quick flick of the table. Getting all those little pieces out. Back to the board. Third and final sheet. Third and final piece to be thrown. Here we're going to go. Here we go. Emma, the first one to the table. Oh, yes, girl. Yes, not too bad. Nice throw there by Sky. Oh, challenging fleece there by Autumn. But not too bad. A couple points lost. Couple points lost, but nothing too major. Okay, time clock has started. 1 minute 30, ladies and gentlemen. And anything over 1 minute 30, these ball handlers will get points added to their tally. So around the table they go, around to the back of the necks. The back of the neck all taken out into the corresponding baskets. One final flick on that side. Quickly, little bit of skin there to take out. Around the side they go. Opposite side. Finishing touches there. Roll up time. Autumn. Roll up. Let's go, girl. Let's go. Time is a ticking. Time is a ticking. Into the basket. Out comes the broom. Where's the broom? Where's the broom gone? The time is a ticking. Let's go. Out comes the broom. Emma Martin, finishing touches for her. Sky Herbert Out comes the broom. Out comes the broom for Emma. Working her way around that table. Who's going to be the first one home, ladies and gentlemen? Who is going to be the first one to put their hand up? Locks and pieces into the corresponding baskets. Here we go. Well done. Well done, Autumn. And next one home, who's it going to be? In the basket. Well done, Sky. And looking good, Emma. Well done. So just as we get ready, of course, what are we on to? We're on to the Contractors team event. Okay, the Contractors team event will be up next. There will be a slight delay of hopefully 5 minutes. We just need to get our judges ready. So in that first heat of the Contractors team, stand 1 will be Platinum Shearing, Pullen Shearing 2, and Mark Hurley Shearing will take 3. Heat number 2, stand 1, Moore Sheep Shearing, and stand 2 will be Team Wainol Taumata. So just regarding Contractors, Team Wainol Taumata is actually called Pro Share, so close enough. So that is Team Pro Share in heat number 2. Okay, results from the junior semi-final in order of qualification. Top qualifier into the junior final was Natalie Albert. Second qualifier was Skyanne Edmonds. And third was Trish Booth. So congratulations to those junior finalists. Okay, so we're just away the start of the Contractors teams. Of course, the Contractors teams event proudly sponsored by ProShare, Johnny Phillips Shearing, and Mark Hurley Shearing. So big thank you to those sponsors.
Just 2.
Okay. Looks like our wool handlers not far off being ready. Hardest thing might be organising these board reefs.
Yeah, really? You good? Good. I'll shake your hands, but my hands are full.
Okay, as we just wait to start, of course. Wait to start on this Contractors team event. Of course, we need to thank our sponsors. Okay, so we just had a bit of a mistake with the sheep. The wrong sheep have been brought in, so we just got to have to run them back out. And the correct sheep to be run back in. So just regarding the Contractors teams, obviously these events can be held without our sponsors. So a big thank you to our sponsors for the afternoon. ProShare, Johnny Phillips Shearing, and Mark Hurley Shearing. Big thank you to those guys. The sponsors are amazing. Without our sponsors, we don't have the spectacle that we get to see here today. So big thank you to them. And also a big thank you to our competitors that have turned up. Competitors and come from as far as the North Island, from the deep south, and even the centre of New Zealand. So all around New Zealand, these competitors come, compete. It's great to see. Okay, surely we can't be too far off, are we? Okay, 2 sheep to be shorn by each shearer, 4 sheep to be handled by our wool handlers, 4 fleeces to be handled by our wool handlers. So I'll just clarify that. It's a little different to what I got first. So one shearer will be doing the shearing 2, the other shearer will be shearing 1. So 3 competition fleeces for our wool handlers. So just a clarification on that. There'll be 1 shearer shearing 2, 1 shearer shearing 1. and 3 competition sheep to be thrown across the table for our wool handlers. Of course, a big thank you to our sponsors of this Contractors Teams event. Big thank you to ProShare, Johnny Philp Shearing, and Mark Hurley. Great to see these contractors pretty much supporting each other. As much as they probably in direct competition with each other in a day-to-day event, it's great to see them come together and support the shearing industry as a whole. Okay, as we just the way to start, of course, you'll see the a little bit of crayon rattle being used on the ear of the sheep. So the reason they do that is so when the sheep is judged outside, because this is a contractors event, which means the sheep shearing is now judged along with the wool handling. The judges know what team they are responds to what sheep. Of course, it is a blind judging outside, so the judges won't know what team is what colour, but on the scorecard they won't get it wrong, hopefully, Norman. Lucky it's before lunch and not 5 o'clock, a man will be getting dry. Of course, we're on the age to go at the moment. Okay. Okay, I think my shearers look ready to go. Oh.
Just a wee quick note to our wool handlers. Wool handlers, please disregard the rattle. If there's any rattle on the sheep, don't worry about it. Okay. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are Contractors Team Event.
Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Heat number 1. My tank have ready. Competitors, set, go. Okay, heat number 1 we are, ladies and gentlemen. Stand number 1 will have Platinum Shearing, Barry Pullen Shearing on stands 3 and 4, and Mark Hurley Shearing 5 and 6. So this is the team's event. Of course, these shearers, contractors from the Canterbury region. So this is what we'll normally see in a normal day-to-day basis. This is the teams, pretty much how they work in a shearing shed within the New Zealand farms. Of course, one of these shearers will be shearing 1 sheep, the other will be shearing 2 sheep. So it's really important for these shearers to time their shear so they don't drop 2 fleeces at one stage. So you'll see one shearer will be heading out. He'll be shearing a lot faster than the other one. So one thing about the teams event is timing is key. It is really critical. So Platinum Shearing at the moment, leading the way. Mark Hurley shearing on 5 and 6. Under the final shoulder they come. Down and out the flank, these ball handlers working their way round. Of course, they'll be ready to set up the fleece, and then we'll have the first of 3 across the table. First one, Platinum Shearing into the pen. Kelly Martin, first throw on the table for Hurley. And Platinum Shearing. Good throw too, good throw. Pretty good throw actually, not too many points lost there. Okay, Mark Hurley. Oh, not too bad, not too bad. Couple little points lost on the top of the table, but nothing too major. So Team Barry Pullen, how they're looking. Finishing touches here for them. So first place on the table. Oh, not too bad, just a little bit on the top, a little bit on the top. So a few points lost there. But around the table they work. Of course, you'll see on stands 1 and 2, they'll leave that fleece there until they're ready to set it up. But they're going to go for it. They're going to get it out of the way. So the fleece set up. Up. And, oh, yes, girl, yes. Not bad, not bad. Nice throw there. Platinum Shearing. Making a good start to this heat. Mark Hurley Shearing. First one in the fleece for them. How's that throw, Cal? Oh, not too bad, not too bad. Pretty good. Pretty good throw, that one. Okay, these ball handlers working their way around. The shearers are working their way around their sheep. Second and final sheep on the board for these shearers. Ball handlers dealing with their second one. Onto the table goes Pullen with his second fleece. Hurley Shearing sound like they brought their own fan club, so that's great to hear. So down the last side they go. Platinum Shearing finished with the sheep shearing. And here they go. Down on stands 1 and 2. How we're looking? Oh, not too bad, not too bad. A little bit over the side, nothing too major. Okay, here we go. Mark Hurley, where's the fan club? Where's the fan club for Mark Hurley cheering? Here we go. Oh, hey, how good, how good. Okay, back to the table. Down the last side comes Pull and Shearing on their second and final sheet for that shearer. Okay, here we go, up and, oh, nice, nice. Okay, time clock has started. Roll up time for Platinum Shearing. Out comes the broom. Double teams event on one. Platinum Shearing looking to bring it home. Pull-in Shearing. Out comes the double broom. The double sweeper. We're going to look for our first hand. Who's going to be? Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Hurley? Oh, Platinum by a whisker. Platinum by a whisker. And then Mark Hurley, and then of course Barry Pull and Shearing coming home. Okay, that does complete the first heat of the Contractors teams. Heat number 2, stand 1, the Moore Sheep Shearing and Pro Share.
So just while we're letting these next teams get up and get organised, we have the results from the Senior Woolhandling semi-final. And the top 3 that will go into the big final this afternoon in qualifying order are Charlotte Stewart, Autumn Hiddy and Michelle White. So congratulations to those 3. Charlotte Stewart, Autumn Hiddy, Michelle White will compete in the final this afternoon of the Senior Woolhandling, sponsored by Pull and Shearing. So a big thanks to the Pull and Shearing team. And looking forward to seeing those 3 competitors battle it out in the big final this afternoon. Well done.
Okay, heat number 2 of the Contractors teams. Angus and Radamu Moore Sheep Shearing. And of course, Pro Share will take stand 2. Big thank you to the sponsors of this event, of the Contractors teams. Big thank you to Pro Share, Johnny Phil Sheep Shearing, and of course Mark Hurley. Big thank you to those sponsors. Okay, as we await the start, of course, once again, one of our shearers will be shearing 2. The other one will be shearing 1. 3 competition pieces to be thrown onto the table, skirted. Okay, thumbs up by our head ref. We are ready for a start. Okay, here we go. My timekeeper ready. Competitors set, go.
Away we go, Kerry. Heat number 2 it is of the Contractors teams event. More Sheep Shearing on stands 1 and 2, table 1. And the Pro Share team on stands 3 and 4, table 2. A very capable couple of teams up there, that's for sure. It's the same as last time. 1 sheep for 1 shearer, 2 sheep for the other shearers, and the wool handlers, 3 fleeces to process. wool handlers just working with the shearers at the moment on both teams, as they do in these early stages. One wool handler per shearer. Then you'll see them split up into a table and a board wool handler. And they'll give each other a hand from time to time, but Lyle Windleburn on stand number 1 for the Moore sheep shearing team. Round under the first front shoulder. He's obviously going to be the man to shear the 2 sheep. He's setting a cracking pace. Still got another one in front of him. And the wool handler's just working quietly away until we can get a fleece on the floor ready to throw. Way up the backbone of the sheep for Lionel Taumata on stand number 3. Down over the last front shoulder. His teammate behind him just works his way around under the first front shoulder. And the wool handlers just waiting patiently for the fleece, working together. And a fleece onto the table for the Moore sheep shearing team. Out it goes, wee bit over the edges on both sides, but not too bad, and mostly on the table. Better throw on table, beautiful throw on table number 2.
Yeah, beautiful.
And they can start the skirt of that fleece. The other wool handler stays with the shearers, working as a team, as they do day in and day out in the shearing sheds all around New Zealand. All about teamwork. And they've got to work together day in and day out, and sometimes stressful, hard working, sometimes not very good conditions. Heat, dust. Kecky sheep right out to the toe for Tardy Edwards, and another couple of shots. He's going to be straightening his back, so there's the second fleece for the Moore sheep shearing team. It can sit there and wait because there's not going to be another sheep coming out. But the pro shear team's all ready. The table's clear. The fleece is up and out. Another beautiful throw there from Kushla Abraham. And she steps into the skirting while Jess Tor works with the shearer. Head wool comes off. She can go back. Got a cheek wool coming out for her there. The wool handlers tasked with the extremely difficult job of making the farmer's income a lot higher by processing the wool properly, maximising the profits off each sheep. So the wool handler on the board working with the shearer, just keeping the board nice and clean and tidy so all those little bits and pieces on the floor don't get mixed up in the good fleece. Removing the sock wool and the head wool and the crutch wool, and the wool handler on the table working through the fleece itself, taking the wee bits off around the edge, the greasy tip bits around the edge of the fleece that are under the legs of the sheep, around the head and the front shoulder and the neck area. All got to be separated, keep the high value fleece intact and in the end basket. Another fleece left for both these teams, 2 very capable teams up here this time. Right out to the toe. See a bit of teamwork here, ladies and gentlemen, as the wool handlers get that fleece onto the table. Ooh. It's a bigger fleece, that one, a wee bit over the edge. They'll get penalised accordingly, but away they go into the skirting.
Yeah, let's go see more.
So the shearers are done their bit. The sheep will be out the back getting judged. Just up to the wool handlers now as we process the last fleece and get into the tidy up. Roll up time on table number 2. The Pro Shear team working hard into the basket. The fleece goes up with the brooms. They come. The Moore sheep shearing team finishing touches, down on one knee. Push Abraham praying for a good spot in the final. Well done to the Pro Shear team. Time taken. Final flick around with the broom into the basket for the oddments, and time taken there for the Moore sheep shearing team. Give them a big hand, folks. Our Contractors teams event heats, looking for the top 3 teams to go through to their final this afternoon. Okay, so a break for lunch now for our judges and our workers, and we'll be starting back with the open wool handling semi-final after lunch. So make sure you're back when we get down into the nitty-gritty of the open wool handling. The top 6 will compete very shortly, and we'll find out the top 3 competitors that will go through to the big open wool handling final this afternoon. The Lamb and Haywood Open will be this afternoon. So all the big finals up shortly after lunch. Open wool handling semi-final first up, then the junior wool handling final, the Contractors team final, senior wool handling final, the open wool handling final this afternoon. Wednesday, I think. Yeah. Ask Janet. Let's say 1 o'clock start the open wool handling semi-finals. Looking forward to seeing all our competitors back then. Okay. Judges look happy, competitors are all set to go, and the shearers are itching to get going as well. So let's rock and roll. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And away we go. Open grade. This is the top grade in competitive wool handling in the world. This is where all the big guns come to play. Logan Kamora on table number 1. Ratapu Moore on table number 2, and Samantha Gordon there from up the north, down there on table number 3. So 3 top competitors first up in heat number 1, as you'd expect, in the top 6. All looking for a spot in the final. We'll welcome 3 competitors out of the 6 back into the final, and we'll say goodbye to the other 3. So they have to put their best foot forward. So they're just working with the shearer up on the board at the stage. So the wool from around the back end, through the crutch, comes out. It's a wee bit shorter, so it's got to come away from the good fleece wool. And you'll see Samantha Gordon down there on table number 3. She's removed some of the wool off around the head, which is a wee bit shorter as well, and it's full of a different type of fibre which doesn't hold the dye when it's being dyed. So all these little bits and pieces have got to come out of the good fleece wool, because if they're left in, it will devalue the fleece and the farmer won't make as much money. It's all about maximising the profit for the farmer, and that's what our wool handlers in New Zealand and around the world do. They maximise the farmer's profits by training, doing the job properly, and the competitions are a forum and a place where they can come and compete against each other and better themselves and have a crack and try and win a wee bit of cash and a ribbon occasionally, and of course all the kudos that goes with winning these big ribbons. And today is a New Zealand title, ladies and gentlemen. So the New Zealand Corridale Championships, this one is. And onto the table. So when they throw the wool onto the table, throw the fleece onto the table, the idea is just like Logan did down there on table number 1. He's got to get it out on the table, nothing hanging over the edges, and nice and flat, not all bunched up, which is very, very hard to do. Takes a lot of skill just to get that fleece on the table, and that's only one part of the operation, as you can see. Then they've got to do what we call a skirt. They've got to skirt the fleece. So they just remove all the little short greasy tip pieces from around the edge of the fleece. And you see Ratapu there, she was up in the top area of the fleece, up in the head and the neck and the shoulder area, taking a wee bit of the neck wool out as well, which requires a different processing system to get that wool just right. So it's all got to be separated. Head wool's coming off there for Samantha Gordon. Into the basket it goes. So each different type of wool goes into a different basket because they require different processing. And if it's left in the main line of wool, then it'll devalue the fleece, like I said before, and the farmer won't get paid as much. So there's a big job on the wool handlers' hands each time they walk into a wool shed every day. And the farmer's relying on them to use their skills and their knowledge to maximise the profit for him. And of course he pays accordingly. Some of these top girls and guys that doing the wool handling, and depending on what area and what type of wool they're working with, that they can get up well over 30, almost to $40 an hour. So it's a lot of money for the farmer to pay, but he gets it back if they do their job properly. Roll up time for Ratapu Moore in the middle table. Rolls it nice and tight and into the basket with that good fleece wool. So there's nothing more she can do to that fleece to maximise its value. All the wee oddments and all the wee bits and pieces and the different types of wool are off it. And into the basket it goes. So here comes another fleece. Fleece number 2 on the table for Ratapu. Fleece number 2 coming out for Logan. Lays it out. And Samantha. Oh, and here comes a Sean Sheep out to say hello. Up the hole it goes. Thanks, Kelly. So now the wool handlers have to decide whether they're going to stay on the table or get back to the shearer, because they'll get penalised if they don't work with the shearer properly. If they don't get the remove the crutch wool or whatever they're removing in the right time, it's going to get tangled up with the fleece because the shearer keeps going. The reality is that the shearer is paid per sheep, so all he's worried about is how much money he's making. He just goes helpfully the 8 hours day in and day out. He gets paid per sheep, and the wool handlers get paid per hour, so they have to work at the same pace as the shearer. But the shearers here today, they work their way through their pen of sheep, and they all try and finish about the same time, because the time clock starts for the wool handlers when the shearer finishes. So when their shearer finishes, the time clock will start, and they get 1:30. This is what we call a sealed time. They'll lose 1 point every 5 seconds, and once the 1:30 is up and over, every second is a point. So it's imperative, points-wise, that they finish their clean-up in 1:30. So they've got the last fleece to process, and then a sweep up of the board and all the bits and pieces in the right baskets, hopefully within that 1:30, or they start losing a point every second. So we have a team of judges on the board up here with them, just making sure they're doing everything properly. Every mistake they make, they'll get penalised a point. And then the fleeces and the oddments go out the back and get judged by a team of judges out the back. So all the baskets and everything go out the back. The judges go through them, make sure everything's as it should be, and if it's not, they'll penalise them out the back as well. So they don't get away with anything. Everything has to be extremely accurate, and all the right oddments in the right basket, not mixed up. Otherwise they lose points. You don't actually lose points, they add points to your total. The lower the points, the better. So they've got fleece 2 on the table. You can see all the wool handlers back up with the shearers, making sure that crutch wool comes out from round the bum of the sheep and round the legs. All the sock wool comes off. The sheep have socks, keep their feet warm, but it's all full of a different type of fibre, so it's got to come out and be separated. And once the shear is shorn around the head and he works in towards the first front shoulder, then the wool handlers can get back up on the table and carry on with their work. So be very, very well organised and capable of managing their time efficiently, because they're under a lot of pressure when the shearers are shearing very fast. They have to be able to do their work, like I said earlier, in time with the shearers. So Samantha Gordon, her fleece is in the basket. She's done all she can to maximise the value of that good line of wool. We're all up time now for Ratapu Moore in the middle, and Logan Kamora into the basket for Logan as well on table number 1. Shake of the table just knocks any little short bits between the slats, because I don't want them on the table. It'll contaminate the next fleece. Beautiful throw there from Samantha Gordon. And that's her 4th and final fleece on the table. Logan lays his one out. That's not bad either from Logan Kamora. Ratapu Moore sets it up, so she pulls it all back towards her, but in a fashion that allows that fleece just to flick out nicely onto the table. Like I said, very hard to do, but these open grade wool handlers are among the best in the world. So, and away we go. So we're all on the table this time. Last fleece. Pressure's on because the time clock is ticking, ladies and gentlemen. Ratapu Moore works furiously up one side of the fleece. She knows she's only got 1:30. Works furiously up one side of the fleece. She knows she's only got 1:30 when she starts losing serious points. Samantha Gordon going strong on table number 3. She's done and dusted with her fleece. It's in the basket. The broom's up. Flicks all those little short bits of wool up, and she's got to sort through them because there's a couple of lines in there as well. Make sure the floor's perfectly swept. They'll get penalised if it's not. And she just gets down, flicks through the locks in seconds, gives them a shake, puts them all into the right baskets. And time taken there for Samantha Gordon. Well done, Samantha. Good, strong finish. Logan, he's up with the broom as well on table number 1. Doing the same as Samantha, gathering everything up into a pile. He'll flick through it. Into the right basket it'll go. And time clock stopped there as well. Just making sure that everything's as it should be before the judges take his baskets away. Roll up time here, Varatapu more. Into the basket for her. And up with the broom and a final flick round, and she'll be done and dusted as well. So she's a wee bit slower, but if she's made a better job of her skirting, made a better job of her throws, and the quality of her work, then she could still be well within reach of that final. It's not all about speed. Speed helps, but quality is more important in wool handling. So flick round with the broom. Into the basket for Ratapu with her locks in seconds. Time clock stopped. Give them a hand, folks. Well done. Heat number 1 of 2. So the top 6 competing here, looking for a spot in the final. And let's get the next heat up. Kushla Abraham on table number 1. Kelly McDonald on 2. And Joel Henare on table 3. Okay. Kelly just ordering the shear around like she does. Does the same at work, does the same to me when I'm talking to her. All right, looks like we're set for a start. The wool handlers have got their baskets where they want them. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. Well, we go with heat number 2. So once again, these 3 competitors looking for a spot in the final. They've been, they've had the privilege of being able to watch the first heat. They'll have an idea of how these first round of competitors went just by watching them. And they'll know what they need to do, whether they're able to do it or get the time to do it or have the fleeces to be able to do it. Time will tell. Kushla Abraham down on table number 1. Varsity experience going very well this year. Kelly McDonald also, as you'd expect with an open grade competitor, vastly experienced. This girl can do it all. She can shear. She does the wool. She can press. She can cook. She can do everything. And Joel Henata, he needs no introduction to wool handling fans. He's a former world champion, Joel, on table number 3. And arguably the strongest ever competitor that New Zealand's ever seen. Up there with some other big legend names, Joanne Kumuroa, Gina Nathan and the likes. And Joel, flick of the wrist and the oddments are in the right basket. Bringing the fleece around, just setting it up as it falls from the sheep. So when it cheaps out the hole, you can just gather it together and lay it out on the table. So fleece coming out for Joel on table 3. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's how it should be done. Beautiful throw. Kushla Abraham, Kelly McDonald. They turn back. They've got to sweep the board before the shearer comes out or they'll get penalised. And Joel, away he goes. Oh, hold the phone. He's smoking. He's got the majority of that fleece skirted before the belly's off the next one. So there's a wee bit of yellow in there, so he'll just flick it over. And you can see the yellow wool amongst the nice white fleece a lot easier. So he'll remove that when he gets time. But right now he's back up on the board, taking the what we call the frib off the belly. This got to go onto its own basket, and the belly goes onto its own basket. A bit of sock wool comes off, it goes into the basket, and then he brings the shorter crutch wool out, pushes the fleece back in under the sheep. The shearer will get up around the cheek and around the back of the head, and then Joel will be able to get back to the table, which he has done. So now he's skirting out the harder yellow, so it needs a wee bit more processing than the nice white fleece, so he keeps it separate. And into the basket with the yellow wool and the nice white fleece that's left. It'll be in the big basket at the end. Okay, so can we have a representative from each of the contractors teams in the final, please? Can you pop out the back and then you can draw for your stands, please. I'll pop out and see Dave in the office. A representative from each of the contractors teams needs to hop out and draw for your stands, please. Your final's up after the junior final. So all 3 competitors are just about with their fleece on the table. Out it goes for Kushla. Pretty good throws across the board. Flick, flick with the broom, and Kushla's away, skirting the first side of her second fleece. Look out behind you there, young fella. You got that under control. And another one's away. Oh, he's got a bit of work to do, this young fella here today. He's got it. Get the actions on the board. We'll lift her onto the pin, and out the hole it goes. Good girl. So Joel's fleece is away. Cushler's is almost away. Kelly's into the roll-up as well. Fleece number 3 coming out for Kelly McDonald and Joel Henare. I think Kushler might have had to throw in 3 of them, but Joel's looks pretty good. Kelly's nothing hanging down. A wee tiny bit of bunching, but not much, so pretty faultless effort is there as well. Kelly McDonald round into the shoulder and neck area of the sheep, of the fleece rather. A wee bit of shorter wool coming out there, and into another basket it goes. Now she can get down the second part of the fleece. But back up onto the board first. She's got the belly wool to skirt. Frib comes out. Belly goes into one basket, frib into another basket. And back up with the shearer and amongst the crutch wool. Get all that short wool out around the legs. Now the head wool. So these wool handlers, ladies and gentlemen, they work extremely hard, and this is exactly what they do in the shed day in and day out. This is how hard they work, trying to keep up with the shearers as the shearers going hell for leather, trying to make himself $1. And Joel, quite a bit of yellow maybe in that fleece, looking at it from here anyway. He just flicks through it. He's got to make the call, folks, and he's got to make it pretty quickly. What goes where, and then he'll be judged accordingly. So a lot of wool, a lot of quite hard yellow in that fleece. He just checks through it, tucks up to the board to get the cheek wool, and he's happy with that. So into the basket for the yellow, and the last fleece about to drop off the sheep in this heat. So Joel, he's got time to have a quick clean up. That'll just quicken his final clean up if he does a wee bit now. And onto the table for Kelly and Joel. Joel Henare, nice throw from Kelly McDonald as well. Kushler Abraham, so now Joel gets into his work, as they all will, because their time clocks have started. So Joel, away he goes now. Look at the wrist flying this time as he flicks around one side. Wee bit of neck wool coming out, and then down the second part of the fleece, looking for the time points, ladies and gentlemen. Every 5 seconds is 1 point added to his total. The less added to his total, the better. The lower the points, the better. Wee bit coming out there for him, and he's going to be into the roll-up. And Kelly McDonald not far away. Kushler just getting through her work as far as skirting that fleece. Into the basket with Joel. Up with the broom, ladies and gentlemen. You've seen Joel, he already had a bit of a clean-up, so there's not much to do now. Under the table, right across to the other side. Wee bit off the table. It's got to be clean. Down on the floor, sweeps it into the basket, and time taken there for Joel Henare. Good, strong finish. That's what the game's about, ladies and gentlemen. If that was the end of the day, Joel will be having a beer and these other Woolhandlers will still be working. Kelly McDonald, Kushla Abraham, neck and neck as they work into the pile of locks and seconds on the floor. Time taken for Kelly. Kushla Abraham, folks. Time taken for Kush as well. Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Our top 6 in the Open. Looking forward to seeing the results. We'll find out very soon who's going to go through into that big final. Only taking the very best, the top 3. Speaking of finals, we're moving into one next. The first of our big finals here today, the Junior Woolhandling final, up next. Okay, so you'll have to be with us for a couple of minutes, folks, while we change the mob of sheep and sort all the wool out.
We're on to marble point ones now, so we'll see what they're looking like. Yeah. Maybe, maybe not.
I'll just get our junior finalists just to assemble with me, please, down the end. Our junior finalists.
Just a heads up to those contractors teams. Can you guys get a representative from your team to go out to the office and draw for your stands? Contractors, get a representative for your team and go draw for your stands, please.
Okay, so a big moment for our junior woolhandlers. Just give them a hand as they take the stage, ladies and gentlemen, on table number 1. Down the far end from Christchurch here, Trish Booth. On table number 2 from North Canterbury, Natalie Albert from Seddon. Might be Marlborough actually, not North Canterbury, is it? Way up there. And on table number 3, Sky and Edmonds, ladies and gentlemen, also from Seddon. These Seddon girls are here kicking butt today, that's for sure. And a big thanks to our sponsor, Yieldhurst Walls. In a couple of seconds, and we'll set these girls alight. Big final for them. Give them a bit of support as they work their way through. So 3 competition fleeces in front of these girls. And once again, a big thanks to our resident shearers. We'll get them ready to rock and roll. The girls are ready. Okay, the Yieldhurst Wolves Junior final. The top 3 here today. Let's see who's going to take this one out. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. Look out. One at a time, and they're away. So the shearers, all they're doing up there is just removing the fleece for our competitors to process, and they'll try and stay together all the way through. They'll try and finish the last sheet at the same time, just to because the girls' time clock starts when the shearers finish. If one shearer's a wee bit behind, it doesn't really matter because her time clock will start a wee bit later. It's just a psychological thing. They don't want to be too far behind come the end of it. They feel like they're left behind when they might not be. But a big moment for our 3 competitors down there. Big final. And a big thanks to Yieldhurst Wolves. This is their final. They've been sponsoring here for a long, long time as well. So great stuff. Great to see. And thanks for your support. So the shearers just sort of moving up into the neck, into the base of the ear. The wool handlers working hard with the shearer, close up there on the board with them. Just as the oddments drop, they'll pick them up, make sure they go into the right baskets. So the junior, this is pretty much the entry level into the wool handling competitions in New Zealand. Three fleeces, one still half stuck to the sheet. Last side time for the shearers, so not long, and they'll have a fleece for the girls to play with. So Kerry, the first of their finals here this afternoon, the junior, the Youlhurst Wolves junior. And there's a fleece there for Skyanne. Not a bad wee throw too for a junior wool handler, and out goes Natalie's. Trish just waiting for her fleece to drop. And here it comes for Natalie on table number 1 as well. And a wee bit of overthrow there, but not too bad. Judge having a close look, just judging what they see. And the penalty points will get added to a total for any mistakes they make. Of course, Kerry, the lower the points, the better, and the wool handling and the shearing.
Yeah, that's what they try and do, but you know, sometimes it don't always work like that. One thing about the finals, you know, there's a lot of pressure starting to go on these junior wool handlers, and sometimes pressure can create mistakes. The thing is, these junior wool handlers, they got to stick with their process. They just need to stick with what they've been taught. They need to stick with with how they do things, and they've got to believe in themselves. You know, the pressure will come on, but the strong get stronger. And the one thing about Christchurch is it's a challenging show. There's a lot of work to do on these Marble Point Station fleeces. Beautiful wool. And without a doubt, these young girls are doing the farmer credit. So Nelly there on 2. Be the first one to roll up her first sled, please. Back to the board she goes. Skyanne there, facing the badge for her. That sock wall coming off. Of course, the sock wall goes into a separate little basket for itself. So down and out, thank the shearers' work. Finishing touches there. Sheep 2 on the board. 3 competition sheep in the pen. Of course, finals time we are, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yes, girl.
Oh, how
hey?
good's that?
Yes, girl, how good. Skyanne down there on 3. Bit of a few points off over the side of the table there, Norm.
Yeah, a couple of points off there, no doubt about it, but the middle table there, Natalie Albert, that's exactly what we're trying to achieve when we throw the fleece onto the table. Of course, every fleece is different too, ladies and gentlemen. Some fly apart, a wee bit like Skyanne's, so almost impossible to get them on the table. Some hang together, a wee bit like Natalie's did maybe, but just makes it a wee bit easier to get them on the table in one piece without anything thrown over the edge and without any punching. But that's basically what they're trying to achieve. She would have lost very little points for that. And on table number 1, Trish Booth, working away there, just making sure she gets that side skirted before she moves back to the shearer. Then she can do the other bit there when time moves on a wee bit. So all the competitors up on the board with the shearer. They've got a half-skirted fleece on the table. They've got wool coming off on the board. There's wool everywhere, Kerry. They've got a big job ahead of them, but they'll get it done.
There might be wool everywhere, Norm, but I'll tell you, these young wool handlers, they'll have their process. They might look like it's a hell of a mess, but they've got it all under control, these girls. So into the patch goes Natalie's second place, back to the board. Should be mindful of just keeping the board clean. So when their time clock starts, she'll try and keep her time penalties to the absolute minimum. Over the last side comes the shearer on stand 3 for Skyanne. Under the final solder. So roll up time for her. Into the fetch. Back to the board she goes. Roll up time in the fetch for Trish. Back to the board she goes. Third and final sheet. Done for these shearers. And once again, we'll see these young wool handlers preparing the fleece. And so much work is done in the preparation. To the table we go. Here we go. Stand 3, stand 2. And how's that going to go? Stand 1. Oh, that was a challenging fleece, but a pretty good result actually. Pretty good. So a few points lost on the tables as a whole, but nothing too major. Nothing too major. Of course, the time clock has started, Norm, and now it's party time.
Yes, it is. This is where they've got to get into it. Fleeces are on the table. Like you said, there's a wee bit of overthrow here and there, but not too bad. Of course, most of it's on the table. That counts. It'd be pretty hard to skirt off the floor. Away they go. Trish on table number 1. Natalie in the middle, and Skyanne on table number 3. Final fleece on the table. They're working hard. Come on, girls. The time clock's ticking. Pressure, pressure, pressure. But they can handle it. They've got to make sure that everything's accurate and finished. They're not overskirting or underskirting. There's a lot of work involved in getting these fleeces just right. As they go from here to the wool sale and then off to the processing factory. Trish just making sure the oddments are in the right basket. She's up with the broom. Natalie in the middle is up with the broom. Natalie Albert from Seddon. Away she goes. Clean up time on tables number 1 and 2. And Skyanne's last fleece goes into the basket. And she'll be up with the broom as well. There she goes, Skyanne. Edmonds from Seddon as well. A couple of Seddon girls up here. Come up there in Marlborough. And away they go. Natalie down, just flicking through the time taken there on table number 2. Good strong finish for Natalie Albert, ladies and gentlemen. And Trish Booth from here in Christchurch. She's all done and dusted. Skyanne just making sure that her oddments are all sorted out accurately. Time taken there as well. Well done, Skyanne. Good. Give them a hand, ladies and gentlemen. The top 3 junior wool handlers here today. Of course, later on in the prize giving, we'll be giving out the red ribbon to one of these girls. So the next event on the cards is the Contractors teams final, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we will see some shearing, which will be judged, and wool handling, which will be judged. And the shearers and wool handlers working together as they do in the shed, day in and day out. So a big event, these Contractors relays, a lot of fun. And she's all action. We're going to have shearers going for it, wool flying everywhere. And the top 3 Contractors teams competing in the final very, very shortly. Pro shear on table number 1, Pullen shearing on 2, Hurley he's shearing on table 3. Pro shear on stands 1 and 2. Pullen shearing on 3 and 4, and Hurley he's shearing on 5 and 6.
Of course, Norm, big thank you to our sponsors for the Contractors Teams event. Big thank you to ProShare, Johnny Phillips Shearing, and Mark Hurley, he's Shearing Contractors. Big thank you to those guys for putting up the prize money for this.
So interesting to note there, Kerry, just looking at that, ProShare is one of the sponsors, and one of their teams is in the final. Mark Hurley, he's one of the sponsors, one of his teams is in the final. I'm not saying anything dodgy is going on, but I do wonder if Johnny Philp had a team here, where his team would be.
Maybe at the top.
I'll go and talk to Joe.
But of course, these are our 3 best teams here today out of the Contractors teams in the final. And we'll be looking for a red ribbon to go to one of these teams later on in prize giving. So of course this one, the shearers are judged as well, so we'll get the shearing judges up on the board, and the wool handlers are all judged, so our wool handling judges will stay down there. So 2 wool handlers and 2 shearers in each team. So what sort of sheep numbers have we got up there, boys? 5, 3 and a 2. Okay, so 5 sheep for each team. 1 shearer will shear 3 sheep, 1 shearer will shear 2, and 5 fleeces for our wool handlers to process. So obviously someone's woken all the shearing judges up from their afternoon nap, and they're all up here on the board. Thank you very much. Sorry, Paul? Tipper uppers, yeah. Okay, who's doing that? Got me out there? We need some people out the back to tip up. Just while we're waiting for some tipper uppers to hop out the back, we have the results from the Open Wool Handling semi-final. And the top 3 into the big final here this afternoon in qualifying order are Joel Henare, Kelly McDonald, and Kushla Abraham. So just of interest in that semi-final, Joel Henare, top qualifier, qualified with points total of 84. Next qualifier was 132. Hold the phone, Joel Henare. Well out in front. So just getting ourselves sorted out for the Contractors teams final, and a big thanks of course to Lister Shearing. They've got the machines up there and did a great job once again. They follow the competitions around. Thank you very, very much to Lister Shearing. Oh, g'day Tom, how are you?
as we just away to start in this open, in this teams event. Sorry. Of course, our sponsors for this team event is Pro Shear, Johnny Fulp Shearing, and Mark Mullahy Contracting.
Referee, please. Where's our ref? He's possibly busy down there somewhere. We'll get him up before we start. The great Mr. Paul Harris, our referee here today, required on stand 2. He's a busy man, Mr. Harris. As you can see, Mr. Harris has many, many years of experience behind him. Many, many, many years of experience. Very, very, very experienced Mr. Harris. Has been around a long, long, long time. How you looking there, Paul? He's happy. He's happy. If he's happy, everyone's happy. Okay, time. Keepers ready. This is the Contractors final. Give your favourite team a wee bit of support there, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be afraid to make a bit of noise. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. There must be some cheerleaders from one of these teams up there somewhere. Yeah, there you go. Pro Shear team down there on stands 1 and 2, table 1. Pull and Shearing there in the middle. Stands 3 and 4, table 2. And Mark Hurley, he's Shearing, stands 5 and 6, table number 3. 3 very, very good teams up there battling it out for the honours here in the teams event final. Looking along the board, stand number 5, Tommy Hana Karodi, a left-handed shearer. Beautiful shearer he is as well. Of course, he's facing the opposite way, doing everything back to front, but I'll tell you what, he gets the results at the end of the day. Belly's out for our wool handlers and they're into their work as well. So 3 sheep for one of the shearers to shear, 2 for the other shearer to shear, 5 fleeces for our wool handlers to process. They'll just get into a nice rhythm and won't be long before we've got them all done and dusted. All the sheep shorn out in the pen and all the fleeces wrapped up in their baskets after the 5 fleeces have been processed. It won't take long at all. This is what happens. Look out behind you, folks. This is what happens day in and day out in the wool sheds around the country.
As we make our way through, sheep number 1, of course, this is the teams event, ladies and gentlemen. On stands 1 and 2, we've got Pro Shearing on 3 and 4. Of course, we got Barry Pulling Contracting. And 5 and 6, we got the Hilly He crew. So down the last side comes our shearers, our wool handlers. They're going to be in business soon, of course. They've been prepping this fleece. So here we go, First one onto the table. How we're going to go. Oh, not too bad a throw, not too bad. Beautiful throw down here on stands 1 and 2. So they work their way around the fleece, of course. There's a lot of teamwork here. One shearer will be shearing 3, another shearer will be shearing 2. The thing is, they don't want to drop 2 fleeces at once. So timing is crucial. It's got to have good communication between the shearer, good communication between the shed hands, and it's communication where it's not even spoken to, it's just a communication just from an understanding of working day in, day out in the wool shed. in a normal working situation. So here we go. Once again, stand 1 and 2. Here we go. Oh, beautiful throw. Very, very good throw on 1 and 2. So roll up time for pull and shearing. Oh, once again. Hey, how good are these places now? So end of the pin goes Hulahi shearing. Sheep number 2 on the board for them. Sheep number 2 on the board for the rest of the teams as well. So coming down the last side, pull and shearing. Into the pin he goes. Sheep number 3 on the board for him. Oh, not too bad, not too bad a throw. Just a slight overthrow on the top table, but nothing too major to speak of. So roll up time for Team Hulahi. Roll up, roll up, roll up, and into the fetch it goes. Down and out the flank. Team Hulahi, another fleece coming onto the table. Into the pin goes Team Hulahi. Sheep number 3 on the board. And up and, oh, not bad, not bad, not bad. Finals time, and we're starting to see the big throws come out, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful throw down on stands 1 and 2 from Pro Shear. Working their way around that fleece. Minimum skirting, maximum result. So back to the shearing board they go. Of course, we've seen the wool handling competition is actually no different at all, but this time the sheep are going to be judged as well from the shearings. So under that final shoulder they come. Team Hulahi stands 5 and 6, rocking their way around the shoulder. The shearers down and into the long blow they go. Roll up time for the Hulahi crew. Down and out the flank goes Shearer on stand 5. Finishing touches there for him. Finishing touches there for Pro Shearer on 2. Crucially, up she goes. Oh, not too bad, not too bad. Nice throw. Once again, minimal effort, maximum result. Oh, these throws, ladies and gentlemen, when the pressure starts coming on, the results start coming. Around the table they go. Finishing touches there on stand 1. Roll up time. Finishing touches. Just a little bit of yellow taken out. Roll up time. Team Hulahi, the shearers are done. Now it's up to the wool handlers. Kelly McDonald prepping that table. Into the fetch it goes. Last fleece. What she got? What she got? Oh, not too bad. Not too bad a throw. Good teamwork there by the Hulahi crew. So down and out the flank. Pro Shear on stand 1. Krisha Abraham, what she got? What she got? Let's have a look. Oh, not too bad, not too bad. Not a bad throw whatsoever. So round she goes. Minimum skirting, maximum result. Up and round the neck. Takes that neck wool into the responding baskets. Now it's all about teamwork. So pull and shearing up over the top, a little bit over the side of the table there. So down the last side they come. The shearers on stand 3 for pull and shearing. But Team Hulahi, out comes the broom. Sweeping round Double broom effort. Now down onto the knees they'll go. Those little locks taken out. They'll be looking for the time clock, and we'll look to see our first hand come up. How long? And there we go. Well done, Team Hurley. Followed by Pro Share, but a whisker behind. And that leaves Team Pullen. Up around the shoulders, these ball handlers work. Take a little bit of the neck while they have home. Double skirter, good teamwork here, girls, good teamwork. A rollover. Fleeces rolled together. And roll up time. Fifth and final fleece on the board. Into the fadge. Then quickly clean out of the table. Grab the broom. Let's go, girls. Let's go. Time is a ticking. Around they work. Finishing touches there. Table cleaned up. All their oddments done and dusted. Into the pen. There we go. Team Pullen, ladies and gentlemen. That does complete the Contractors final. Is this still...
So the next event on the card is the Senior Woolhandling Final. And a big thank you to our Contractors team contestants. Well done, guys and girls. And a big thanks to our sponsors for that Pro Share. Johnny Phelps Shearing, Mark Hurley Shearing. A big thanks to all our sponsors for the team thing. And the next event up, the Pullen Shearing Senior Woolhandling Final. So we'll just get cleaned up and then we'll get the baskets out for our senior wool handlers. So a few more minutes and we'll be underway. We can get our senior finalists to hop down and organise their baskets and everything, and we'll introduce them onto the stage and get them underway. Okay, so it looks like our senior finalists are all sorted. We'll introduce them onto the stage. Give them a big hand as they take the stage, ladies and gentlemen. A big moment for them. This one is the Pull and Shearing sponsored senior wool handling final. A big thanks to Pull and Shearing for their input. And on table number 1, ladies and gentlemen, from Reparoa, Michelle White. Give her a big hand, she takes the table. From Matuda in the deep south on table number 2, Autumn Hitty. Oh, there she goes. And from Marama in the middle of the South Island there, Charlotte Stewart on table number 3. That's our lineup of senior grade finals. The top 3 here today. Let's give them a moment to settle and we'll kick them into gear. Just a special note, ladies and gentlemen, and to our competitors, all the wool handling grades, the prizes are paid out to 4th. So if you're next into the final, just make sure you're around come the prize giving, please. If you're next in, you'll also get a wee prize. I know how disappointing it is to be next in a few times, because Rabbit McLaren told me how disappointing it was. He's been next in quite a few times in his lifetime. So we'll give him a wee prize as well. Sometimes he's not even in. So his wife told me. Anyway, moving on. Let's get into it. This Pull and Shearing Senior Wool Handling Final, ladies and gentlemen. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. For competition sheet for our senior finalists. 4 fleeces to process. And a big thanks to our resident shearers up there. All the shearers are doing, ladies and gentlemen, are just taking the wool off for our competitors to process. The focus is on the floor. The girls down on the floor. We're in the Pull and Shearing tops. Sheet number 1 out on the board. And away we go. So looking for a winner out of these 3, Kerry. The board points on the table and out the back points will all be added together, and the lowest points will come out on top of this one. But we won't know who they are until the prize giving, which will be very, very shortly.
Yeah, that's right, Norm. They've gone through the heats, they've gone through the semi-finals. Now this is the big event. There is no second chances. We will find first, second, third, and we already know who 4th spot goes to. The question is, who is going to take home the title of Senior Corridor Champion, ladies and gentlemen? Will it be the girl on stand 1, Michelle White? Or will it be the girl on stand 2, Autumn Perry or Charlotte Stewart? Everything's lined up for a great final, ladies and gentlemen. 4 competition sheep in the pen. Of course, big thank you to our sponsors, Barry Pull and Shearing, for this event. So down and out the flank they go. These ball handlers setting their fleeces up as they go. Okay, first one done and dusted. Table 1, oh yes girl. Table 2 and 3, oh, a little bit over the top, but as a whole, not too bad. Not too bad of throws. Good start by all 3 competitors here. The question is, who's going to bring it home, ladies and gentlemen? If you've got a favourite, get in behind them. These girls are going to need all the support they can get. Autumn on stand 2 here, working her way around the neck. Quick look up at the shearing board just to see where her shearer was. And she said, yep, I've got time to scoot down that second side. Back to the board she goes. Chooses to go straight into the crutch wall. Of course, that's really important that the crutch wall's taken out. Takes the top knot, steps up. Now shearers up the neck they go. Round the shoulder. These wool handlers, it just gives them a little bit of time. Get back to the table, do the requirements on the table. Take out all the little oddments. Back to the table, roll up time for Charlotte. Finishing touches there for her. She rolls that fleece up. Back to the table, back to the board, sorry, she goes. Just a heads up to those open finalists, the open wool handling finalists, please go out to the office. Draw for your stands, the open wool handling finalists. Please go draw for your stands. Okay, here we go. Sheep number 2 on the board for competition sheep in the pen to shear. So down and out the flank they go. Finishing touches there. Stands 1, stands 3. Lining up. Nice throw, nice throw. Stands 1 and 3. Stands 2. Are we going to go Autumn? Oh, not too bad. Not too bad a throw. Couple points lost here, there, but nothing too major. A little bit of bunching in the top there. But as a whole, good throws, good throw. Of course, the pressure's starting to come on. Halfway through their shear. Halfway through the wool handling. So Autumn just taking that neck wool out. Into the basket it goes. Back to the board. Straight in. Grabs that crutch wool out. Of course, very important that comes out. The shearers up the neck they go. Autumn cleans up their belly, cribs it, belly into one basket, crib into another basket. So round the shoulder these shearers work. You'll see the girls have chosen to leave their wool on the table. They said, look, I don't need to be at the table right now. I'm required at my shearer. So they're conscious of their time management. And you'll see them working around the table. And then you'll see them quickly go back to the board. So their cheek wool comes out under that final shoulder. And then the wool handler got to be more conscious to take that sock wool out. And that goes into a separate basket by itself. Back to the table. Quick roll up there for Autumn. Just a quick check of her fleece. A roll up time. Into the patch. Back to the table. Socks and second pieces taken out. Quick set up the fleece. Up, over. Oh, not too bad. Not a good throw. Just this little shame down in that bottom corner. Charlotte up over the float table she goes. Once again, pretty good throw. Not too bad. Couple points lost without a doubt. But as a whole, good throw. The way they work around that fleece, the shearer, out comes the belly for them. These wool handlers need to be conscious where the shearer is. Of course, they need to get back to the shearer. They've got the belly wool to frip. They've got the crutch wool to get out, and their sock wool to come off as well. They're going along pretty well, these girls. So round the shoulders works the shearers. Of course, that gives the time for the wool handlers to get back to the table. You'll see all three wool handlers now down on the table at the moment, and then they'll just have a quick look up. You see Autumn just had a quick look up. Where's my shearer? Right back to the board she goes. Charlotte back to the board she goes. Off comes that sheep wool. See the shearer working down the last side of his sheep, under that final shoulder, and then you'll see them take the sock wool off. That sock wool is lower grade fibre, so of course that needs to go into what we call a seconds line. So down and out the flank they go. Finishing touches there for our shearers, resident shearers. And Autumn. First one to set up. Table 2. Up, and away. Nice throw, girl. Nice throw. Sheep 4, done and dusted. The time clock has started, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get them behind these ball handlers. Around the table they go. Pieces taken out. Neck wool into the basket goes. Charlotte, she's right there as well. Michelle's right there as well. Nothing separating these ball handlers at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. But the question is, who has done the best job? And that is what it comes down to. A quick flick of the fleece. A quick roll up there by Autumn. Couple little bits and pieces taken out. This is the last time they're going to be able to do anything to their fleece. Into the fence she goes. Second piece is sorted out. She'll look for the broom. Out comes the broom, ladies and gentlemen. The time clock has started. The pressure is coming on. Under the table she goes. Michelle, into the fence she goes with her last fleece. Charlotte down here on 3. Out comes the broom for her. Finishing touches, ladies and gentlemen. Get them behind your supporter. Come on, let's go, girls. Finishing touches. New Zealand title up for grabs. Here we go. Who's going to be the first one home? We are going to look for a hand. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Well done, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, Autumn. Who's the next one home? Who's the Michelle? Well done there, girl. And then, there we go. Well done, Charlotte Stewart, ladies and gentlemen. That does complete the senior wool handling final. Righto, Norman, what are we on to now?
Well, there's only one left, really, Kerry. And that's the Open. The big guns are going to come out to play very shortly. So a big thanks to Full and Shearing for their support of the senior final we just witnessed. And the next one is the Lamb and Haywood Open. The top 3 amongst the Open wool handlers will compete here next, and we'll find out who the winner's going to be. But the pressure's on them right now, ladies and gentlemen. Kushla Abraham, Joel Henare and Kelly McDonald, our 3 finalists. What a fantastic lineup it is. 3 of the best wool handlers in the world will be competing for honours very, very shortly. We'll let them get sorted out, and then we'll introduce them up onto the stage and set them alight.
Okay, as we await the start of this open wool handling final, of course, 5 competition sheep for these wool handlers. And a big thank you to our sponsor of the open wool handling, Lehman Haywood, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, sponsoring here. And of course, prize money gone up this year, $1,000 to the winner, so there's fantastic sponsorship. As we just wait to start, of course, our wool handlers just setting themselves up, getting their baskets, their fetch, all sorted out for themselves.
Down here, Kush. So this one, ladies and gentlemen, 5 fleeces for our competitors to process, and They've got 2 shearers this time, so the pressure's on. They're best wool handlers in the world, and they like a wee bit of pressure. So we've organised them 2 shearers, 1 wool handler for 2 shearers, and a staggered start. So 5 fleeces each. Let's get them up on the stage from Masterton on table number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Give her a big hand. Kushla Abraham. Originally from Gisborne, now living in Motueka, Joel Henare on table number 2. And from Cheviot on table number 3, ladies and gentlemen, Kelly McDonald. Big moment for these 3, but they've experienced these big moments before. Let's see what they got for us here today. So Kerry, we'll just put the acid on these competitors, that's for sure. Give them 2 shearers each to deal with. So now you're going to see how it really works, ladies and gentlemen. So the first 3 shearers will go, and once the belly's off, the second lot of shearers will go. But each wool handler has to handle fleeces from 2 shearers. So now we're going to see some action, Kerry. It really sets the cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah, it's good to see. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, there's a New Zealand title up for grabs. The winner will go home with $1,000 in their pocket. And that's a big thank you to Lamb and Hayward. Fantastic sponsorship, ladies and gentlemen. But I tell you, the person that goes home with the red ribbon, they're going to earn every cent. 5 competition sheet, 2 shearers, and a heck of a lot of pressure. The question is, who's going to be the winner, ladies and gentlemen? Who's going to go home with their number 1 badge around their neck, Norm?
So the sealed time also goes up a little bit to 2 minutes this time. So they'll lose a point every 5 seconds till the 2 minutes is up, and then it's a point a second after that. And we look like we're ready to rock and roll here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a big one. The Lamb and Hayward sponsored Open Wool Handling Final. The 3 big guns up there ready to smoke. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. So the first shearers, as you can see, in and out of the pen. Once the belly's off, well, the next 3 will move in. So each wool handler has 2 shearers to deal with, so that really puts the acid on the wool handlers, ladies and gentlemen. They've only had 1 shearer to deal with each round all the way through, but now they've got 2 in the big final. They'll be processing 5 fleeces, but coming from 2 different shearers. So you'll see how much work they've got to do. So in go the second lot. So now the pressure's on. This is what they have to do in the sheds, folks. The pressure comes on. The shearers are moving fast. Kushla Abraham from Masterton down there on table number 1. So she works through the crutch in the first shearer. She's going to dive back when the belly comes out from the second shearer and get that sorted out. So there's head wool coming off 1, crutch wool coming off another, a bit of cheek wool coming off the first sheet. There's the belly. Back to the first one to get it. Oh, she's all go here, Kerry. I can't keep up.
That's the whole idea, Norm. The pressure is really on. Who is going to be the winner, ladies and gentlemen? They've gone through the heats. They've gone through the semi-finals. We've rattled the tree and we've come out with the top 3 shed hands, ladies and gentlemen. And now we will be crowning a winner. But the question is, who's it going to be, ladies and gentlemen? As they come around that last side, down the last side comes the shearers. You'll see these ball handlers quickly setting up their fleece. Under the final shoulder, that sock wool comes off. Down and out the flank they go. Finishing touches there for the shearers. Of course, first fleece, Norm, coming up onto the table. And preparation, it's real key, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. So this is where the time management and organisational skills are going to come to the floor. There's a fleece on the table for all 3 competitors. Back to the board to have a bit of a sweep up. They've got to get back onto the table at some stage. Here's Joel Henare, Kelly McDonald. Away they go, skirting through fleece number 1. Kushla Abraham does the same. Works her way up the first side of fleece number 1. But they've got to keep an eye back on the board because there'll be another fleece drop shortly. Bit of sock wool coming off. And they've got to worry about the first shearer as well, Kerry. So the belly's off. That needs sorted and through into the crutch. There's another fleece for them, so where does that go, Kerry? Hold the phone. It's going to go down on the floor, on a real clean bit of floor. They'll get back, sweep the board, and there'll be the crutch coming out of the first sheep and into the first hind leg. And Joel Henarde working furiously. Kelly McDonald there as well. So now you see the Woolhandlers working, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to earn this $1,000 if they win the first prize, that's for sure. Into the right basket for the Ormond. So when the pressure comes on, things get a bit complicated. So they've got to be top of their game. This is where the top 3 inches counts. Kushla Abraham. Now she's onto the table. Away she goes skirting. And Kelly McDonald. Roll up time down there for fleece number 2 for Kelly McDonald. Roll up time also for Joel Henarde. As he flicks the fleece into the basket, he's done all he can to that fleece. He's processed it as fully as he can. And to another basket with a few odds, but Kushla Abraham chasing hard, but keeping an eye back up on the board because there's a belly to skirt and a wee bit of crutch wool to come out. Shearers keeping an eye on each other. Well done. Turning for home, and down they come on the front stands. But she's all go here for the Woolhandlers, that's for sure, Kerry.
Oh, without a doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, we have found our finalists. They are bashing it out. They're going hell for leather. Down and out the flank goes the Shearers. The Woolhandlers, they're looking for their fleece. They're setting it up. Kelly McDonald, to the table she comes. What she got? Lines up. Wham, bam, not too bad. Joel. Oh, yes, boy. Hey, yes, boy. How good a throw was that? Quickly, clean of the board. Back to the table. Skirted in his way. And once again, 3 out of 3. For Abraham, how good has she been throwing today? Under the final shoulder, down and out the flank, goes to Shearer on 2. Once again, Kushla, she's got to be mindful. She's sorted the second Shearer out, back to the board. Sorted the first Shearer out, back to the table she comes. Joel, table clear, he's ready to go. Sheep, what are we? Sheep number 3 or something. Under the final shoulder, down and out the flank he goes. Setting that fleece up. Under the final shoulder, couple finishing touches there. See Kelly, she's left her sheep, her fleece on stand number 6. Quickly back to her, says, I don't need to deal with that. I've got my belly, I've got my frip. Now to the fleece she goes. Sets that fleece up, to the table she comes. Up, up. And oh, not too bad, a little bit off the top, but oh, Joe. Hey, this board's on fire. And Kushla down there on table 1 once again. Another great throw by her, Norm. She is on fire, this girl.
Here she is. She's got one on the table, but she's also got one on the board. The other 2 competitors are half a fleece ahead of them. So away goes Joel Henarde. Look at him work his way through the shoulder area and down the last side of that fleece. You're watching the former world champion in action on table number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Away he goes into the basket with this fleece. One more left. Is still on the sheep at this stage. Kushla setting up her second last and turns to the table and lays it out. Oh, nice throw there as well. They're better fleeces, these ones. Kelly McDonald just working through that fleece as well and onto the table. Another nice throw from Joel. Kelly's still got one on the table. So Kushla wasn't behind at all. That fleece was just sitting up on the board for her. And away they go. Final sheep, Sean, out the hole it goes. There'll be a fleece there waiting when they need it, but they don't need to rush to get it because there's not another one coming out. Kelly McDonald lays it out on the table. Joel Henarde, a roll up time there for him on the middle table. Gets stuck into it. Kushla Abraham, roll up time there as well. One left for Kushla, but Joel back up onto the board, Kerry, and he's setting this one up.
Yeah, here he comes to the table. Up, up, and oh,
Hold the phone.
Hold the phone. How good was that, ladies and gentlemen? Now down on stand 1. Abraham, what she got? Oh, not too bad, not too bad. A challenging fleece for her, but all the same, very, very well thrown. Now it is time. Clock has started, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to go. The shearers have finished. The question is, the Woolhandlers haven't finished. Now, what have they got in store? Quickly around the table goes Kelly. She needs to get her A and the G. She knows that too. She goes as fast as her little fingers can go. Down on stand number one, table one. Quick roll up. Joel out with a broom, Norm.
He away with the broom. Joel Henarda, he's into his clean-up already. And Kushla Abraham picks the broom up. She reaches for it under the table and away she goes. Joel Henarda, though, all he's got to do is sweep the locks of seconds into place, slick through them and into the basket, and he'll have his time clock stop. Kelly McDonald chasing hard into her last fleece. It's in the basket now. She's with broom. Joel Henarda, time taken in the middle there. Kushla Abraham chasing hard. Well done, Joel. Wee bit of wool to come off the board for Kush, and into the basket for that wee bit. She's seen where it needed to go, and she put it where it needed to go. Flick around with a broom, and Kelly McDonald chasing hard. Last finishing touches for her. Table's out of the road. Kushla Abraham, Kelly McDonald, Kushla Abraham. Time clock stopped there on table number one.
And next one coming home, ladies and gentlemen, Kelly McDonald. Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen, your open finalists. What a spectacle, ladies and gentlemen. Some of the best ball handlers in the world, without a doubt. Christchurch Corridor Ball Handling Championship, ladies and gentlemen. We will be crowning some champions. Of course, prize giving will be coming up
very, very shortly. Soon as we get the results, we'll get into the prize giving. Give our wool handlers a big, big hand once again, ladies and gentlemen. Our junior, senior and open wool handlers. That was the Lemon Hayward Open Final. Well done, guys and girls.
Thank you very much, Norm. Yeah, it's one of those challenging opportunities and situations that you sit there and you wonder why you do it, and then you come along on a day like today and you have the amazing crowds coming through, you have the amazing competitors, and you have the amazing people that just make this work. And that's why you sit there and you realise it's just a great feeling of making something happen on show day. And to be able to have everyone back this year, and I mean everyone back, no restrictions, no masks, it's just been fantastic. And Norm, you and your commentators, they do a great job of just filling in people, educating people and letting them know what's going on. And I'm just so lucky that I've got this amazing team like Norm and all of my committee members that just do everything they can to help me out. This morning was a stunning example of just about what could go wrong, did go wrong. And I was just so lucky to have amazing people that I could delegate tasks to, and they just got in, got it done. Before you know it, we're into our competition and away for 2022. So stoked to have gotten through it so smoothly today. The rain's held off. It's been just a nice temperature. We haven't been too hot in here today. It got pretty sweaty in here yesterday. But it's just great to have everyone back at the show, and I just want to thank everyone for coming. Competitors, committee people, our judges, our referees, our timekeepers, our point scorers, our guys out the back, just everyone. And I just can't stress enough how much I am just so grateful for everyone that comes along and helps us out, and everyone that does so much for us to have our amazing Canterbury Shears. So once again, thank you, and I think we'll be moving into our Contractors relay presentation.
Thanks, Joan. Okay, so James, just while you're here, you might as well hand these prizes out to our Contractors team's finalists. This one proudly sponsored by ProShare, JB&M Phelps Shearing, and Mark Herlihy Shearing. So the winners, points of total points, that's total team points, wool handlers and shearers of 167.338. No. Around the wrong way. 136.222 goes to Herlihy Shearing, ladies and gentlemen. Total points of 136.222. Here they come. Guys and girls representing Mark Herlihy and the crew. We'll get a wee photo for the first team. Well done, guys. So the second team in this year, about 30 odd points behind, was ProShare Limited. So well done to the ProShare Limited team. ProShare, of course, Grant Smith and Lynn Smith, and of course started off initially by Grant and that other very, very famous shearing identity back in the day. Grant and Lynn own it outright now, so well done, guys. In third place this year, the Pullen Shearing team, the local shearing team. Well done, guys and girls in the Pullen team.
Seriously, man.
Come on, cuddle up, boys and girls, cuddle up. It was my ex-wife out there. Well done, give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen, once again, for our contractors teams, and this year's winner, the Hurley Shearing team. Well done, guys and girls. Joe is going to come up for a special wee prize, Joe.
If I could just have Janet Smith to the stage. This here is Janet Smith. Now, Janet Smith is our referee for Woolhandling today. I would say that Janet Smith, for the Henbury shearing champs, the Coronado shearing champs, she's actually been a lifesaver for the last 3 years. Without this lady here, I doubt that this day would have actually happened. She is amazing. She's worth her weight in gold, and I think her husband should know that. And just as a small thank you, we'd like to present Janet with this basket from our committee. So yeah, thanks Janet for being amazing.
Well done, Joe, and yes, very deserving of that recognition, Janet. Well done. Moving on to the New Zealand Corridor Champs, the Yoldhurst Wool sponsored junior wool handling. Christy Byrne is going to come up, Christy, and present these prizes on behalf of Yoldhurst Wools. Okay, we're going to get into it. So we watched all their finals, all the wool handling finals through the grades. Every single one was fantastic. And the junior, no exception. So first place this year, from Christchurch, ladies and gentlemen, Trish Booth. Well done, Trish. Hang on a minute. Janet? Okay, my apologies, Trish. And ladies and gentlemen, so Natalie, thanks for coming up and having a wee moment anyway. It's just a wee bit of practice for the next show. So in actual fact, The winner this year, ladies and gentlemen, is Natalie Albert. Well done, Natalie. So as part of the job, Natalie, of winning this red ribbon, you get to say a few words. Yeah.
Thanks to the sponsors, your parents, Wolves, and thanks to everybody that came out and competed.
Good girl. And a ribbon this time for Trish. Well done, Trish. Trish Booth, second place. She almost got away with the red one, but she's happy with the blue one. She's just happy to be here to start with. And third place this year, Skyanne Edwards, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see two Seddon girls in that final. Well done, girls. And fourth place this year goes to Lamore Gillies. What have we photo with you in there as well, with their sponsor? Well done. And this year's winner, I'll just get this right again, Natalie Albert, ladies and gentlemen, well done. And thanks to Trish for her sportsmanship there. Well done, Trish. Moving on to the senior wall handling, proudly sponsored by Pull and Shearing, long-time sponsors here. If we could have Hemi Paniora up on the stage, please, Hemi. Thank you to you, Hemi, and once again, a big thanks to Pull and Shearing for your support here. I know you guys have supported the show for a long, long time, so long may it continue. Especially if you're in control, Hemi, you'll have it sorted.
Kia ora tātou, tēnei te mihi atu ki a koutou kua hui mai nei, I rungi tēnei kaupapa. Ko te tūmanako, kua hoki mai koutou I ara. Ki ngā toa o te rā, tēnei te whakanui I a koutou. No reira, tēnā koutou katoa. So those of you who didn't understand what I just said welcome everybody here today, and thank you for coming back. Each year, we can't do what we need to do each year unless you guys keep coming back for this competition. So awesome to see you guys coming back each year and supporting us. Pull and Shearing, what Norm said, is a proud sponsor of the senior wool handling, and yeah, we will do so. I'll make sure that we do so many years to come. Yeah, kia ora.
Thank you, Hemi. First place in the senior wool handling this year, proudly sponsored by Pull and Shearing. Total points of 152. Second place, total points of 200. So a good, clear win to Autumn Hiri, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, Autumn. Well done, Autumn. So a red ribbon for you. Very proud, I'm sure you are, and you should be especially proud of a 50-point win. Well done.
Hi everyone. I just want to thank all the sponsors, the competitors, and LA, we're LA. And yeah, thank you.
Well done, Autumn. Second place this year in the senior wool handling, Charlotte Stewart. Third place, Michelle White. And fourth place this year goes to Jess Tor.
Hey, Hemi, just lean that sign back a bit, please. Thanks, mate. Just a little bit. Cheers.
Well done, guys and girls. So big thanks to Paul and Shearing once again, and Hemi, and congratulations to Autumn on a fine win. Do we have a representative from the New Zealand Corridor Breeders Society here? Is there someone there? Looks like you, James. So this next presentation is for the overall best quality in the wool handling today. And this one is presented to Autumn Hiddy, ladies and gentlemen. Best quality points overall, the grades, so well done, Autumn. So well done, Autumn. There's an honours board out in the foyer and your name will go on that, so congratulations. Well done, Autumn, and thanks, James. If we could have Craig Minnie to the stage, please, Craig. On behalf of Lamb and Hayward, the sponsors of the Open Wool Handling Final, appreciate your input very much, Craig, and your company's input. And for a few years now, you've been coming along here. I know funeral directors don't have a lot to do with wool handling competitions, but we do appreciate your support, and we're going to all need you at the end of the day. So, thank you.
Well, as we say, you always guarantee one each. So. Look, we've been supporting this for a couple of years now. We really appreciate the opportunity to do that, and it gives us a Canterbury-owned company to give back to the Canterbury community, which we love doing. So that's why it's exciting and something we enjoy doing. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Craig. So the Open Wool Handling, proudly sponsored by Lamb and Hayward. Points of 115, second place 130. The winner this year, Joel Henare, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Joel. So Joel, there was another good one for you, mate, with the two shearers. It's just a wee bit of pressure on everybody from what we've been seeing all day. And once again, your organisational skills and time-keeping skills and everything that's required when you're working with two shearers come to the fore. You finished well ahead in time, and another fine one. Well done.
Cheers. Thank you, Norm. First of all, I'd just like to thank our sponsor, the most important person to thank, our committee, the chairman and his wonderful team, and the condition of the sheep that they put up for this wool handling day. To all our judges that come and helped, Lynn on the computer as well. Our shearers, our resident shearers, thank you guys for putting off a good show for all the competitors, and it was a fair shot at it. Yeah, the final was very hard, but sometimes that's just how it is at work. You've got to be able to keep the wool flow. You can't always have a perfect job. You've got to sort of let something get away so you can keep up with the wool flow. I'd like to also make special acknowledgement to those ones in the lower grades. If you want to come through and succeed in these competitions, then join up with Elite Wool Industry Training. All of us in the Open Wool Handling Final are trainers for Elite. That says a lot. And if you want to get good at these competitions, come and join up on our courses, get trained by top tier trainers. Thank you everyone, have a good day.
Well done, Joel. And thank you, and Kushler and Kelly as well, for putting so much back into the industry. We appreciate that. Second place, Kushler Abraham, ladies and gentlemen. Third place this year, Kelly McDonald. And fourth place, Logan Kamura. Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. This year's winner, Joel Henare, and our other finalists, and Craig Meany, on behalf of Lamb and Haywood, thank you guys very much. James.
Just once again, I'd like to extend my thanks to everybody that's come along today, be the spectators, the competitors, all the people that have been working hard behind the scenes. Just before you head off, we've got a couple of drinks here just to say thank you. We'll bring them out and put them on the board, and we all hope that you come back again next year or tomorrow and help us enjoy another great time. Thank you again.
Thanks, James. Just before we finish up, just a couple of quick thanks, especially to our two farmers that supplied the sheep today, Gordon Gilbert and Marble Point Station. A fantastic line of corridors, a real credit to both those outfits. Our trucking company, of course. Who is that, Dave? Ellesmere Transport. So big thank you to them. They're a long way from Marble Point to here. So, and of course our wool handling judges, we'll be saying goodbye to some of them today because it's all shearing tomorrow. Thank you guys and girls very much. And our points keepers and timekeepers, and Kerry Irvine, my mate on the microphone. Thanks, Kerry. And we'll see you again tomorrow, bright and sharp, because I think you're starting first thing and I'll come on after lunch for an hour. So enjoy the rest of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you tomorrow at the shearing. Well done.